service providers in Bangkok.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order. As indicated earlier during the opening of the senior official segment, the fourth Ministerial Conference on Transport is primarily organized as a virtual meeting to ensure the safety and the well-being of all delegates during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as due to ongoing travel restrictions in many countries in the Asia-Pacific region. We therefore welcome participants joining us through the e-conferencing platform, Kudo, and participants joining us via YouTube. Thank you for your attention. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a warm welcome to the Ministerial segment of the fourth session of the Ministerial Conference on Transport. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Amida Sasya Alice-Jabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and His Excellency, Mr. Saksayam Chithop, Minister of Transport, the Royal Thai Government. Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, and thank you, Excellency, for your presence here today. Without further ado, I have the pleasure to invite Ms. Amida Alice-Jabana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to deliver an opening statement. So, Ibu Amida, you have the floor.
Excellency, Mr. Saksayam Chithop, Minister of Transport of Thailand, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, It is an honor and privilege for me to greet so many delegates and colleagues from across our region to the ministerial segment of the 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport. This conference is taking place almost 2 years into a global health crisis that is still raging across the world. No other crisis in living memory has had such a profound effect on transport and mobility. The COVID-19 pandemic affected transport connectivity and supply chain and exposed their weaknesses. Meanwhile, climate change continues to be a crisis in the backdrop of this pandemic. Today, it is clear that the transport sector ought to be better articulated in its role in addressing climate change challenge, supporting climate resilience, and contributing to the objectives of the Paris Agreement. In this context, it will be crucial that governments commit to collective and concerted action as the most effective way forward and fully capitalize on opportunities for cooperation in the years to come. Similarly, as we address the ongoing challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, we must recover better from this unprecedented crisis through solidarity, a shared vision, and strengthened cooperation at all levels. Across transport modes for both freight and passengers, opportunities are now riper than ever for accelerated and transformative digitalization, greater use of smart transport and contactless solution, as well as for a more balanced distribution of transport modes across multimodal supply chain. Furthermore, the environmental impact of the transport sector is well documented. Transport contributes to climate change and is vulnerable to climate change impact and hazard-related disaster. This points to the need for rapid decarbonization of the regional network and related operations. There is also scope for policy instruments to make evidence-based intervention in support of greater use of railway, coastal shipping, and transport by inland waterways for passengers and goods to support accelerated decarbonization of transport. Therefore, it is timely and fitting that we convene for this important conference to agree on a common vision for sustainable transport within and across region and to support the attainment of SDGs. Excellencies, the region's transport policies are now very much defined within the framework of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In our region, the notion of sustainable transport is anchored in connectivity, an essential cornerstone for encouraging multimodality, as well as for increasing efficiencies in transport operations. The Decade of Action for SDGs calls for mobilizing regional action, raising ambitions, and identifying solutions to persisting and emerging challenges. In this effort, governments must lead the way, working closely with civil society, private sector, academia, and beyond on transformative action for the transport sector to accelerate progress towards the goal. The COVID-19 pandemic has lent additional urgency to the need for the transport sector to amplify efforts and synergies and to safeguard against future disruptions of this magnitude, as the Commission has recognized. Allow me to highlight non-exhaustively some key policy directions that are necessary to ensure a recovery in line with 2030 Agenda for your further deliberations and guidance. Enhance sustainability of freight and passenger transport. Risk-informed infrastructure planning. Application of smart transport and digital technology. Enhance transport facilitation and multimodality. Efficient functioning of cross-border logistics, effective corridor management, and improve road safety. The Ministerial Declaration and the new Regional Action Program for 2022-2026 that will be presented for adoption tomorrow cover these and other emerging priorities. They will be pivotal in addressing the region's lagging sustainability performance and enhancing resilience to future crises by reducing deep-rooted social, economic, and environmental challenges. They are also fully aligned with the 2030 Agenda. By anchoring regional transport and connectivity in sustainability, there is a real opportunity to transform transport systems and services to follow a low-carbon development path. increase the use of clean energy, and adopt innovations and emerging smart transport technologies to improve environmental sustainability. I look forward to your discussions and to the adoption of the Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific and the Regional Action Program for 2022-2026. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and look forward to supporting the implementation of this very important new pathway for transport in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. May I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Saksayam Chicho, Minister of Transport, the Royal Thai Government, to deliver his opening statement. Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellency, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to preside over the opening session of the first Ministerial Conference on Transport, and my honor to do so in the company of Dr. Amida Alice Jabana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP. This fourth session of the Ministerial Conference comes at a critical time as the region and the world are experiencing devastating health and economic crisis due to COVID-19 pandemic. The crisis has challenged our progress toward the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The transport sector, in particular, is among the hardest hit from the COVID-19 pandemic. Excellency, distinguished delegates, it is very timely that we gather here today to discuss a very important 5-year strategy direction for the transport sectors in the region to build back better and restore the successful path toward the achievement of transport-related SDGs. The draft 5 years Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, 2022 to 2026, which will be considered for adoption, outlines 7 key thematic areas under the 3 overarching goals of economic, social, and environment, which are in line with Thailand's ambition. The Royal Thai government has committed to achieve a more sustainable, reliable, and resilient transport connectivity. The long-term transport system development strategy plans has been implemented to enhance regional transport connectivity through planning, constructing, and upgrading transport infrastructure network. In an effort to advance regional connectivity, Thailand had initiated the Motorway and Railway Master Plan, or MRMAP, which indicate between motorway and double-track railway systems. This MRMAP initiative offers cost-efficient transport options, along with safe and secure logistic network for the region. Thailand is also undergoing massive railway development, including the first phase expansion of the 993 kilometer double track meter gauge railway and the plan to move toward electrification of national railway system. Furthermore, the Mass Rapid Transit Master Plan in Bangkok metropolitan regions serve to drive the achievement of SDG target 11.2. The plan does only aim to develop the integrated network of commuter line, airport lane ring, mass rapid transit line, and feeder lines, but also attaches great importance in ensuring universal accessibility. For the elderly, disability and citizens, more importantly, to enhance digitalization and smart transport system. A new toll collection system called M-Flow has been introduced. The aim is to minimize the delay time at toll gate by applying the automatic vehicle identification technology. This project is now in its soft opening phase and expected to be fully operational in 2022. Besides, in order to support sharing economy business model, Thailand has pushed forward the issuance of relevant regulation to allow the operation ride-hailing. Ride-hailing applications are required to register for an approval in which such action will enhance convenience, affordable and safe transport for both riders and passengers. In respect of digitalized maritime transport, Thailand, in addition, had established the Maritime Safety and Surveillance Operations Center, implementing National Single Window, a single electronic gateway that facilitated maritime traffic and shipping to ensure efficiency of maritime trade and transport. Excellency, distinguished delegates, to ratification of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or UNFCCC Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement, Thailand has committed to tackle climate change with the intention to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 20% of carbon dioxide equivalents from the project's business as usual by 2030. In order to achieve the target, the Ministry of Transport has developed nationally determined contribution action plan in transport sector and set a target to reduce GHG emission around 31 million tons by 2030. To this end, intensify measures to facilitate and encourage the use of alternative fuels, CNG, and electric vehicle, public bus, and the use of public transport are being prioritized. Thailand also faces significant importance to road safety in line with SDG target 3.6. Among various measures, the Ministry of Transport recently issued ministerial regulation on the new spot limit for national highways and rural roads, which has significantly reduced road crash during its first phase trial. Moreover, the ministry had kicked off the project Rubber Fender Barrier with the aim to install safety barrier for the total of 25,000 kilometer range of road nationwide. On driving license aspect, Thailand is in the process of reforming the domestic driving license model to comply with the classification under UN Convention on Road Traffic 1968. Such change will help facilitate international road traffic and increase road safety standards. In addition, various aspects such as conditions for passing the theoretical and practical exams and medical certificate model are being explored to improve the process and standard on issuing the driving license. Excellency, distinguished delegates, in this connection, I am pleased to reiterate that Thailand's ambition towards sustainable transport development are in line with the draft Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, to be considered for adoption at this conference. I look forward to working with you, Madam Excellency Secretary, and other ESCAP members in implementing the next Regional Action Program for the benefits of the region and beyond. On behalf of the Ministry of Transport of the Royal Thai Government, I now declare the fourth session of the Ministerial Conference on Transport open. I wish you every success in your deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your statement and for setting the tone for our deliberations. I understand His Excellency is called by other pressing duties and has to leave us. Excellency, on behalf of all delegations, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to you and your accompanying staff for taking time to open this session with an enlightening statement. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's now my pleasure to conduct the election of officers for the ministerial segment of the fourth Ministerial Conference on Transport. The Bureau will comprise a chair and 2 vice chairs. I now open the floor for nominations. I recognize distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Recognizing the importance of this first session of the Ministerial Conference on Transport, while taking into account the experience and seniority of the delegations, I have the honor to propose the following distinguished delegates as members of the Bureau. As chair, His Excellency Mr. Budi Karya Sumadi, Minister of Transportation, the Republic of Indonesia. As vice chair, Her Excellency Mrs. Sarah Ersoy, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, and permanent representative of Turkey to ESCAP. And Her Excellency Mrs. C.A. Chamita Naikulone, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, and permanent representative of Sri Lanka to ESCAP. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea. Would any delegations like to propose alternative nominations or second the nomination made by distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea? I recognize the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, sir. Thank you. I would like to second the proposal made by Republic of the Korea on the Bureau, members of the Ministerial segment of the 4th Ministerial Conference on the Transport. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan. Would any delegations like to propose alternative nominations or second the nomination made by the distinguished delegates of Republic of Korea? I recognize the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Secretary. I would like to second the proposal made by Republic of Korea on the Bureau members of the Ministerial segment of the 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation. Would any other delegation wish to take the floor? I see none. So I would like to thank the Republic of Korea for the proposal and Uzbekistan and the Russian Federation for supporting the proposal. I now declare the following distinguished delegates will serve on the Bureau. As chair, His Excellency Mr. Budi Karya Sumadi, Ministry of Transport, Indonesia. As vice chairs, Her Excellency Ms. Sarah Ersoy, Ambassador, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, and Permanent Representative of Turkey to ESCAP. And Her Excellency Ms. C.A. Chaminda I. Colony, Ambassador, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, and Permanent Representative of Sri Lanka to ESCAP. So on behalf of all present, it's my privilege to congratulate the elected members of the Bureau and extend my very best wishes for the success in the important work ahead. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's now my honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Budi Karya Sumadi, the chair of the Ministerial segment of the 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport, to conduct the meeting from this point forward.
Excellencies, distinguished delegate, let me begin by expressing my deep appreciation to the distinguished delegate for entrusting me with the privilege and honor of chairing for this fourth session of Ministerial Conference on Transports. I am confident that with the active participation and cooperation of all the delegation, the able support of the other members on the Bureau, this session will reach a successful conclusion. Let me also take this opportunity to express my appreciation to Ms. Armida Salciah Ali Sabana, Under Secretary General of United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, for her opening remark. I would also like to convey our sincere appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Saksayam Sitkom, Minister of Transportation, for honoring us with the presence that opening ceremony. Given special circumstances of the session and ensure the safety and well-being of all delegates during COVID-19 pandemic, as well as to ongoing travel restrictions in the many countries in the Asia-Pacific region, including in my country, I'm unable to attend this conference in person. In addition, due to the technical limitation of the conducting the conference through the virtual platform, I will call on the other member of the Bureau to chair and proceeding item from the UNCC on my behalf. I would like to invite Her Excellency Ms. Chamida Kaloni, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Sri Lanka to ESCAP to take her place at the rostrum as a presiding officer.
Good morning. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to thank the esteemed chair for his remarks and to express my sincere appreciation to the conference for electing me as vice chair. I will do my best to steer the discussions to a successful conclusion. Let us now take up the agenda item 6C, adoption of the agenda. The provisional agenda of the ministerial segment is contained in document ESCAP/MCT/2021/L1, items 6 through 10. I now invite any comments on the agenda from the floor. I see none. The provisional agenda of the ministerial segment as contained in document ESCAP/MCC RVS/2021/L1 is adopted. Our next agenda item will start with the Ministerial Roundtable, moderated by the Executive Secretary of the ESCAP. Before I invite Her Excellency Amida to open the distinguished panel of ministers under item number 7, I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, may I provide some quick reminders for delegates, participants joining us via the e-conferencing platform, Kudo. First, to select the preferred UN language, the language selector with drop-down menu is available on the lower left of your screen. Second, when you want to make intervention, kindly click Request to Speak button. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, the microphone and camera icons will turn into red. Please click Unmute the microphone and turn on the video and deliver your intervention. Do not click Done Speaking until you have completed your intervention, as this will cancel your request. Once you have completed your intervention, kindly click Done Speaking. Third, for technical issues related to Kudo, kindly click Technical Support tab under the messaging icon and type your message there. Our technician will assist you shortly. Fourth, the Secretariat will be monitoring the messaging in Kudo. However, the Secretariat kindly requests all substantive questions or intervention to be raised through your delegation by using Request to Speak button only. And finally, to prevent echoes and interference, please stay on the floor language when you speak and ensure all other devices connected to Kudo in the same room are turned off. Thank you, Chair.
It is now my pleasure to invite Madam Executive Secretary. It is my pleasure to invite Madam Executive Secretary to moderate the Ministerial Roundtable on accelerating transformative action in transport for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Her Excellency Amida, you have the floor.
Thank you, distinguished Chair. Excellencies, distinguished participants, welcome to the Ministerial Roundtable on accelerating transformative action in transport for achieving Sustainable Development Goals. In this session, we will invite our esteemed panel of ministers and vice ministers to respond to questions related to a specific thematic area of the new Regional Action Program that will be considered for adoption tomorrow. I would now like to briefly introduce our panel of speakers in the alphabetical order of country names, and then I will invite our first panel to answer the question. Today, I'm honored to welcome His Excellency Mr. Dai Dongchang, Vice Minister of Transport of China. His Excellency has responsibility for transport planning, highway construction and management, and international cooperation. We are also joined by His Excellency Mr. Fayaz Sidik Koya, Minister of Transport of Fiji. Mr. Koya is a member of the Fijian Parliament and has worked as Minister for Industry, Trade, Tourism, Land and Mineral Resources for a number of years. In 2020, he was appointed the Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism, and Transport portfolio. It is my honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Cheong Kyu Hwang, Vice Minister for Transport, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport of the Republic of Korea. Mr. Hwang joined the civil service in 1993 and worked on transport policy, railways, technology, and safety in transport and other areas before recently taking up his current role. A warm welcome also to Her Excellency, Ms. Renu Kumari Yadav, Minister for Physical Infrastructure and Transport of Nepal. Her portfolio covers challenging work, namely linking rural areas of the country with markets to support various economic activities and projects related to tourism, agricultural, electrical, industrial, and other sectors of Nepal. We are also joined by His Excellency Mr. Dmitry Zverev, State Secretary, Deputy Minister of Transport of the Russian Federation. Mr. Zverev's background is in jurisprudence, and he has extensive experience in managing the juristic works of various organizations before reaching his current role in 2019. I'm highly honored to welcome His Excellency Mr. Saksayam Chithop, Minister of Transport of the Royal Government of Thailand. Mr. Chithop served in various positions in the government of Thailand before taking up his current role in 2019. I'm also very pleased to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jazurbek Choriev, Deputy Minister of Transport of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Before reaching his current position, Mr. Choriev worked in both the private and public aviation sector for many years. Welcome to such an excellent panel of esteemed speakers. I thank you all for joining us today. Given the virtual modality, this session cannot run over time, so I respectfully request our panelists to please limit answers to 5 minutes each. I would like to ask my first question to Mr. Choriev on the topic of regional land transport connectivity and logistics as follows. What strategies can make transport connectivity along the Asian Highway, Trans-Asian Railway, and dry port more efficient, resilient for future disruption, and better serve the needs of the Asian landlocked countries? Over to you, Mr. Choriev.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I hope I can be heard well. First of all, allow me to greet everyone and thank Ms. Armidas Halcia for giving me the opportunity to give a speech and respond to the question which was raised. And I would like to welcome all participants and shortly inform about our ongoing initiatives in transport sector. Uzbekistan is interested in supporting formation of developed, efficient and reliable network of transport corridors of regional importance while connecting to wider networks once regional interconnectedness takes new shape. Few examples in creation of key transport corridors show our agenda for the near future. One is an active formation and implementation of the Uzbekistan-Kyrgyzstan-China multimodal transport routes. And second is building Mazar-e-Sharif, Kabul, Peshawar railways, which would link European and Asian countries, as well as give access to important and long-awaited ocean and seaports. Andijan, Osh, Irkishtam, Kashgar route is currently operated by land transport, and we aim to add railway to increase traffic and transit capacities. Measures are also being taken to develop transport corridors for Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Iran, Oman, and India, which is the shortest route to the ports of Gulf and ocean. In recent years, Central Asian states and South Caucasus have achieved great success in modernization and development of basic transport infrastructure, while constructing highways, railways, airports, basic logistics centers, sea and dry ports. But we all know that it's not enough to create healthy transport systems, and we need to pay more attention to the following strategically important areas in order to withstand factors affecting supply chain. Number one is to open existing but closed corridors that create alternative routes and decrease cost of transport. Secondly, we must work on speeding customs checks by digitalization of existing procedures and the integration of e-services such as e-permit, e-CMR, e-freight, and others. We must cooperate on decreasing transit tariffs, removing physical and transactional barriers for the better efficiency of regional network. Fourthly, we must evaluate damage created by excessive exhaust, and we must call for awareness to save our nature, use green energy, and create less pollution by using green transport and optimized networks. As a solution for close cooperation and better synergy, we call for your support of our President's initiative to create a regional center for the development of transport and communication interconnectedness under the auspices of United Nations. It will form a platform for discussing and promptly resolving the problematic issues that hinder the development of transport in communication sector, as well as developing new initiatives. The strategic goal of the center will be to ensure sustainable transport connectivity within the region, a single transport system, as well as the integration of Central Asia into global transport and transit corridors. For the detailed information, with your consent, I can tell all the key objectives of the above-mentioned center and will be gladly able to share the concept in writing. Key objectives of the center would be to ensure unhindered transportation of passenger and cargo, including transit between the Central Asian states. Goal number 2 would be to increase transport and transit potential of the region through the improvement of existing and formation of new international transport corridors. Goal number 3 is to minimize the negative impact of transport system on the environment. Goal number 4 would be introduce advanced innovative technologies into the transport system of Central Asia. And finally, we must go to ensure transport security in Central Asia. The main principles of Center's activity would be to take into consideration interest of all members of the Center, observance of principles of equality, mutual respect, transparency, balance of national and regional interests, effective use of best practices with close cooperation with international institutions, result-oriented approach in conducting Center's activities, mainly with digital document and management and so on. We're convinced that within the framework of the work of Regional Center, we'll be able to fully achieve the desired results on the activation of existing transport corridors and formation of new ones, ensuring the deep integration of our region into the international transport system, which will undoubtedly meet the interests of all countries in the region. Ultimately, the role of Central Asian countries will increase and will make it possible to become the most important component in the formation of cargo flows along the north-south, south-east transport and transit corridors. Additionally, we propose to create a joint working group on the problems of international cargo transportation during the pandemic, consisting of representatives of China, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Uzbekistan, and Korea under auspices of ESCAP. And I would like to inform that the Russian Federation and Kazakhstan are already supporting this initiative. In conclusion, let me say that I'm pleased to attend today's conference and taking this opportunity wish all participants good health and productive dialogue. I'd like to pass over the floor back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Chorev, for your very insightful reply and many interesting as well as concrete examples that you shared with us. Again, thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished participants, may I now turn to the second question, which I would like to pose to His Excellency, Mr. Koya. The question is as follows. How can regional cooperation improve maritime connectivity, strengthening the position of Asia-Pacific in the global economy and bridging the connectivity divides in the Pacific? Mr. Koya, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, officials and representatives of member states, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me all. It's an honor to be joining you all virtually today to share with you the special perspective of small island developing states in maritime connectivity. I take this opportunity to thank the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific in ensuring Fiji's participation in this forum. And it is my utmost pleasure as the Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport to represent the Fijian delegation at the 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport. Greetings and Bula Vinaka from Fiji. Ladies and gentlemen, maritime connectivity is a critical aspect of life for SIDS. You can say that maritime is not only critical for transport connectivity, but it is a necessity in the lives of people living in small island developing states. And this is because most countries or member states classified as SIDS may have more ocean space than actual landmass. Therefore, many SIDS, the majority of them whose natural resources they have access to, come from the ocean. That was the case decades ago, but it is now up to us to ensure that this remains the case for decades to come. An example, ladies and gentlemen, Fiji is an archipelagic state of more than 300 islands, out of which 110 of these islands are inhabited and scattered over an area of more than about 18,000 square kilometers. Fiji's exclusive economic zone covers about 1.3 million square kilometers of the South Pacific Ocean, with a population of more than 880,000. So due to its sparsely distributed islands, Fiji relies on inter-island shipping as its main transport, connecting outer islands to the main ports and towns and cities. Ladies and gentlemen, sea transport is the lifeline of most SIDS, particularly Pacific Island countries, and communities moving the vast majority of people, goods, and resources. It is crucial for trade and economic development and impacts upon virtually every development initiative. Yet for many Pacific Island countries, existing maritime transport services are increasingly unaffordable and unsustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, whilst challenges in maritime connectivity are global in nature, SIDS are actually burdened with added limitations, being geographically isolated from international markets adds to high transportation and logistical costs, further inhibiting our ability to achieve economies of scale. Susceptibility to economic shocks, fragile land and marine ecosystems also make SIDS vulnerable to biodiversity loss and climate change because they lack economic alternatives. Ladies and gentlemen, transport connectivity in SIDS is critical to provide essential services, improve trade and tourism, and access domestic and international markets. In the Asia-Pacific region, 15 members and 7 associated members of ESCAP are classified as SIDS. The impact of COVID-19 may not have evidentiary impact on SIDS, but has created unique challenges in SIDS, such as the UNCTAD has described, a high level of dependence on external trade, remoteness and prohibitive transport costs, food security, infrastructure gaps, resilience, sustainability, and access to finance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, because of the cutbacks in ship carrying capacity and port calls during the pandemic, trade to and from SIDS were disrupted because most member states rely heavily on maritime transportation. A ship not calling into port will have a direct impact on their economies and local populations. COVID-19 has brought about a new normal to most countries where the transport sector, particularly shipping, has evolved into an even more essential service that has stayed put to serve citizens of most countries with the supply of essential supplies whilst complying with COVID-safe business and health protocols and measures. In fact, the pandemic has highlighted the importance of 2 million global seafarers who serve on the merchant trade shipping vital medical supplies, food, and other basic goods. Despite the numerous humanitarian crises encountered by seafarers, the overall resilience of shipping during this pandemic has been significantly recognized globally. Ladies and gentlemen, SIDS have a significant impact on the structure of economies, almost guaranteeing that they will be larger actors in global commerce than their size suggests. At home, we are a nation of 300 islands, separated by oceans. Trade has been kept flowing thanks to the maritime sector. During the pandemic, the seaports remained open, ensuring that medicine, food, and necessary supplies like vaccines were transported and made available to the most vulnerable. Impacts on international shipping have a trickling effect on domestic inter-island shipping in several SIDS. Delays in shipping arrivals, port closures, lockdowns in specific areas, and varying quarantine periods, for example, can have a negative influence on domestic inter-island shipping during a pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, many SIDS rely heavily on imports, most of which are transported by ship. So when international shipping lines are disrupted or influenced by blank sailing or temporary bans in sailing, along with limited connection, it raises concerns and has a significant impact on the provision of food, pharmaceuticals, and much needed medical equipment to SIDS. SIDS are intrinsically sensitive to several shocks that can occur simultaneously due to our geographical, topographical, and climate-related characteristics. The pandemic has caused a new setback for SIDS in the Pacific, which were already dealing with climate change-related and extreme weather events, like severe tropical cyclone Harold in April 2020, which devastated Fiji, the Solomon Islands, Tonga, and Vanuatu, and caused widespread destruction and loss of life. Ladies and gentlemen, the Regional Action Program 2022-2026, in this instance, will be an important living document for the small island developing states that aims to guide and illustrate that transportation is not just an enabler of the SDGs, but also a prerequisite for success. SIDS in most regions are subjected to natural disasters, particularly some severe cyclones of category 4 and 5 intensity, which disrupt the transportation of crucial food to our economies. As a result, we should be aware of the very serious impact of climate change on the transportation sector. Climate change has been recognized as the single greatest threat to Pacific people's livelihoods, their security, and their well-being. While SIDS are useful in ensuring maritime connectivity and service efficiency, we must find a balance to guarantee that these services and connectivity are supplied in a long-term manner. A key priority in many SIDS is to promote sustainable shipping as a means of providing access to reliable and cost-effective maritime transport. It is the development of sustainable maritime transport networks that serve these states to address many of the challenges that the economies face, including a significant dependency on fossil fuel imports, coupled with limited national budgets, resulting in heightened environmental and climate change-related vulnerabilities. Several SIGs, ladies and gentlemen, have embarked on ambitious national and regional sustainability initiatives to create low-carbon coastal maritime transportation systems. But for the most part, our basic survival is dependent on it. In this sense, the Pacific Blue Shipping Partnership, for example, is a country-led project to catalyze a multi-country transition to sustainable, resilient, and low-carbon shipping through large-scale blended financing investments. Ladies and gentlemen, the majority of SIDS from the Pacific, the Caribbean, and other parts of the world actively participate in the IMO's negotiations on greenhouse gas emissions reductions and the implementation of marine or maritime environmental protection measures. SIDS, on the other hand, will require help in order to build much needed sustainable and resilient infrastructure and shipping services. The impacts of COVID-19 and increasing environmental concerns, such as a frequent tropical cyclone of very high categories and a sea level rise, cause severe impacts and undermine SIDS' financial and economic capabilities. Therefore, coordinated policy action at the global level to support SIDS will be most welcome. Enhancing preparedness and risk assessment, mitigation, and adaptation capabilities with regard to pandemics and climate change-related impacts and other shocks is a key for resilience and for recovery. Small island developing states require significant investment to transition to resilient and sustainable maritime transport and connectivity. Access to finance and opportunities for investment is critical for economic growth and resilience and recovery. Without taking much of your time, Excellencies, I wish you all the delegates well in the remaining sessions of the Ministerial Conference. Thank you very much. Binaga Wagalim.
Thank you very much, Minister Koya, for your very insightful as well as towards the end you provide concrete suggestion and recommendation, especially regarding the solution for maritime connectivity in the context of the Pacific SIDS, but also SIDS overall. Distinguished participants, may I now turn to, and I would like to invite and turn to Mr. Zverev to provide his opinion on the digitalization of transport with the following question. In view of the new developments in digital and technological innovations, how do you see them transform and foster sustainability in passenger and freight transport systems? The floor is yours, Mr. Zverev.
Уважаемая госпожа исполнительный секретарь, уважаемые дамы и господа, мы живем в стремительно меняющемся мире и ежедневно сталкиваемся с новыми вызовами и возможностями. Наступило время высоких технологий и высоких скоростей. Общемировой тренд устойчивого развития – это цифровизация транспортно-логистических процессов. В Российской Федерации принят стратегический документ о развитии транспортной отрасли на период до 2035 года. Впервые в транспортной стратегии выделен блок по цифровой трансформации, включающий инициативы по беспилотному транспорту, переводу перевозочных документов в электронный вид, оцифровку инфраструктуры, цифровой профиль пассажира и другие. В 2020 году цифровые технологии стали широко применяться к транзиту товаров, проходящих через территорию Российской Федерации. Это произошло благодаря внедрению государственной системы отслеживания грузоперевозок с использованием электронных навигационных пломб на основе ГЛОНАСС. С помощью электронных пломб перевозчики и грузоотправители могут в режиме реального времени отслеживать маршруты своих грузов. В июле текущего года был принят федеральный закон о применении электронных транспортных накладных. Закон позволяет на автомобильном транспорте с января 2022 года перевести бумажную транспортную документацию в электронный вид. Применение электронных документов позволит компаниям сэкономить значительный объем средств и времени. Также будет обеспечено сокращение транзакционных издержек, что в свою очередь приведет к снижению конечной стоимости товаров. Перевод документов в электронный вид особенно важен в период распространения коронавирусной инфекции. За счет цифровизации практически к нулю будет сведено количество личных обращений перевозчиков в органы власти. Ключевое направление цифровизации транспорта – это создание беспилотного транспорта на базе технологий искусственного интеллекта. Появление умных дорог, развитие технологий взаимодействия транспортных средств между собой и с дорожной инфраструктурой. Реализация проекта «Беспилотные логистические коридоры» в Российской Федерации позволит уже со следующего года начать тестовые заезды беспилотных грузовиков на участках трассы Нева, что станет первым шагом к их масштабному коммерческому использованию на магистрали между Москвой и Санкт-Петербургом в 2024 году и дальнейшему запуску автономных перевозок между Азией и Европой к 2030 году. Принципиально важно, что движение будет осуществляться в общем потоке, без выделения полос. Задача проекта – интегрировать технологию для массового использования, а не строить отдельную инфраструктуру, без которой эта технология не жизнеспособна. Это позволит не только снизить транспортные расходы при магистральных перевозках, но и максимально использовать транзитный потенциал стран Евразийского экономического союза по направлениям Восток-Запад и Север-Юг. Россия совместно с партнерами по Евразийскому экономическому союзу ведет работу по формированию экосистемы цифровых транспортных коридоров. Цифровизация и упрощение транспортно-логистических процессов обеспечивает рост международного транзита. Подтверждением этому служит рост объема транзитных и железнодорожных перевозок, который за 10 месяцев 2021 года составил 880 тысяч контейнеров ДФЭ, что в 1,4 раза больше по сравнению с аналогичным периодом 2020 года. Уважаемые коллеги, цифровые технологии с каждым годом будут оказывать на отрасль все более существенное влияние. Инновационное развитие транспортной системы Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона будет способствовать экономическому росту в странах ЭСКАПа. Российская Федерация приветствует включение тематик цифровизации в региональную программу действий по развитию устойчивого транспорта в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе на 2022-2026 годы. Мы всегда открыты к диалогу и нацелены на сотрудничество с ЭСКАПом по самому широкому спектру вопросов, связанных с внедрением цифровых технологий и беспилотных транспортных систем. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Zaref, for your very informative response regarding the various transport digitalization initiatives. I would like now to turn and invite Vice Minister Mr. Dai Dongxiong of China to share his views regarding the following questions. What are the most promising policies, technologies, or initiatives for shifting transport systems toward green development and curbing emission and pollution from the sector that can be acted on over the next 10 years or long term? The floor is yours, Mr. Dai.
Okay. 好，尊敬的秘书长、北京社会之帝阿里沙哈巴嫩女士、各位同事、女士们、先生、朋友们，非常高兴参加原。下面呢，我就交通的绿色低碳发展与大家做一交流。交通是经济的脉络和文明的纽带，是事关经济社会发展和运行的重要行业。同时呢，交通又是能源消耗和温室气体排放的大户，其排放量约占全球排放量的1/4。交通减排对于全球应对气候变化十分的关键。联合国秘书长古特雷斯阁下在多个场合呼吁加快推进交通工具的脱碳进程。那么，如何在积极应对气候变化的同时，确保交通行业自身的健康和持续发展，是我们共同面对的一大课题。为此，应当坚持系统观念，统筹考虑交通减排对经济结构、能源结构、交通运输方式和生产生活方式的深刻影响，处理好发展和减排、整体和局部 短期和中长期的关系，走出一条能耗排放做减法、经济发展做加法的新路子。一是要推广节能低碳型的交通工具，要扩大电力、氢能等新能源、清洁能源在交通运输领域的应用，大力推广新能源汽车，加快降低传统燃油汽车在新车产销和汽车保有量当中的占比，加快淘汰高耗能、高排放的老旧车船，推动城市公共服务车辆、铁路系统、机场运行的电动化、智能化的水平。中国大力推广节能低碳型的交通工具和设施设备的应用，清洁能源技术在促进中国低碳交通发展方面呢，发挥了关键的作用。中国的新能源汽车占全球总量的1半以上，港口岸电覆盖泊位7500多个，国家铁路电气化率达到了74.9%。未来10年，我们还将持续发力，显著提升新能源动力的交通工具的比例。二是要优化交通运输结构，要大力发展多式联运，提高铁路、水路在综合运输当中的承运比重，持续降低运输能耗和二氧化碳的排放强度。要发展智能交通，推动不同运输方式合理分工、有效的衔接，提高综合交通运输的效率。要打造绿色、高效、快捷、舒适的公共交通的服务体系，引导公众绿色出行。三是要加快绿色交通基础设施建设，要把绿色低碳理念贯穿于交通基础设施的规划、建设、运营和维护的全过程，综合运用政策、经济、技术、市场等多种手段，降低全生命周期能耗和碳排放，加快城市轨道交通、公交专用道、快速公交系统等大容量公共交通基础设施的建设。各位同事、朋友们，中国政府高度重视绿色发展。2020年，中国国家主席习近平提出，中国力争于2030年前实现碳达峰，2060年前实现碳中和，彰显了中国走生态优先、低碳发展的坚定决心。为此，中国政府先后发布了关于完整、准确、全面贯彻新发展理念，做好碳达峰、碳中和的工作意见和2030年前碳达峰行动方案，还将出台包括交通运输在内的分领域、分行业的碳达峰的实施方案。同时呢，谋划科技、财政、金融、能源转型等保障方案。交通运输绿色低碳转型已经进入到快车道。不久前，第2届联合国全球可持续交通大会在北京召开，习近平主席在大会上发表主旨讲话，提出推进全球交通合作的重要倡议，强调要坚持生态优先，实现绿色低碳，加快形成绿色低碳的交通运输方式。同时还宣布将设立中国国际交通可持续发展创新和知识中心，以加强国际合作与交流，为全球交通可持续发展做出中国贡献。在此也欢迎大家的积极参与和合作。各位同事、朋友们，绿色低碳是全球交通可持续发展的必由之路。中方支持亚太可持续交通运输发展部长宣言和亚太可持续交通运输发展区域行动计划。中方愿同各方持续深化合作，共同为推进绿色低碳交通、实现交通可持续发展不懈努力。谢谢。
Thank you very much, Excellency Vice Minister Dai Dongchun, for your very insightful thoughts on low carbon mobility and logistics, as well as sharing the excellent examples, various examples and initiatives from China. Distinguished participants, may I now turn to Vice Minister Huang, in which I would like or request Vice Minister Huang to share your views on another very important topic as follows. We have seen trends such as smart transport technologies and big data. How can policymakers leverage these changes to address urban transport challenges and issues and enhance the sustainability of urban transport in the long term? Vice Minister Huang, you have the floor.
존경하는 아르미다 살시아 알리샤바나 에스캅 사무총장님과 의장님, 그리고 각국 장차관님과 대표단 여러분, 반갑습니다. 대한민국 국토교통부 제2차관 황성규입니다. 아태 지역의 지속가능한 발전을 위한 교통의 디지털 혁신 방안에 대해 발언 기회를 주셔서 고맙습니다. 오는 2050년이면 세계 인구 10명 중 7명이 도시에 살 것으로 예상됩니다. 도시화를 뒷받침하는 교통의 발전은 다양한 편익을 제공했지만 그 이면에서는 지속가능한 성장을 가로막는 교통 혼잡과 사고, 환경오염 등 다양한 문제를 불러왔습니다. 코로나19로 언택트 시대가 열리며 급격히 증가한 비대면 교통 수요에 대한 대응 또한 지속가능한 도시교통을 위해 인류가 풀어가야 할 또 하나의 과제입니다. 세계 각국은 지속가능한 교통의 답을 디지털 혁신에서 찾고 있습니다. 5G 초고속 인터넷망을 세계 최초로 상용화한 정보통신강국 대한민국 또한 교통 인프라의 디지털화를 통해 도시교통 문제 해결에 적극 나서고 있습니다. 그리고 그간의 경험과 축적된 노하우를 바탕으로 디지털 기술을 활용한 도시교통 전략을 세웠습니다. 한국은 이번 회의에서 지속가능한 교통을 위한 다음의 전략들을 에스캅 회원국과 공유하고자 합니다. 첫째, 보다 빠르고 경제적인 교통 서비스를 위해 딥러닝 알고리즘 등 AI 기술을 결합한 지능형 교통 시스템을 구축하고 있습니다. 실시간 우회 노선 안내 등 통행 흐름을 개선하는 통합 관제 시스템을 수도권에 구축하였으며 2030년까지 이 시스템을 전국으로 확대할 계획입니다. 또한 수요 응답형 운행과 군집 주행이 가능한 자율주행 기반의 교통 서비스를 통해 통행시간 감소와 연비 절감을 추진하고 있습니다. 이를 위해 2027년에는 세계 최초로 레벨 4 수준의 자율주행차를 상용할 수 있도록 차량 위치 파악과 지형지물 인식에 필요한 3차원 정밀 도심 도로지도와 CITS 등 통신 인프라를 전국에 구축하고 있습니다. 둘째, 보다 안전한 교통 서비스를 위해 사물 인터넷과 첨단 운전자 보조 시스템을 활용한 능동적 사고 예방 체계를 구축하고 있습니다. 스쿨존에 보행자가 있으면 차량에 경고 메시지를 보내 감속을 유도하는 스마트 횡단보도 등이 대표적입니다. 택시의 운전자 보조 시스템을 도입한 결과 안전운전 유도 효과와 함께 교통사고로 인한 손실도 획기적으로 줄일 수 있었습니다. 셋째, 보다 깨끗한 교통 서비스를 위해 친환경 교통수단의 확대와 녹색교통 이용 장려를 통한 탄소 중립 교통체계 구축을 추진하고 있습니다. 전기차, 수소차 등 친환경차를 중심으로 도로교통 체계를 빠르게 전환하기 위해 충전 인프라 확충에 속도를 내고 있습니다. 기존 교통수단인 자동차와 자전거는 물론 새로운 교통수단인 전동 킥보드와 같은 개인형 이동장치까지 교통수단 공유 서비스를 확대하고 있습니다. 대중교통의 태생적 한계인 퍼스트 라스트 마일의 보완과 함께 교통비 부담을 덜어주는 알뜰 교통카드는 일상 속 탄소 중립 실천을 유도하고 있습니다. 마지막으로 코로나19가 가져온 비대면 교통물류 수요 변화에도 적극 대응하고 있습니다. 로봇, 드론 등 첨단 배송 장비와 디지털 지하 물류 시스템을 도입하여 도시 물류 체계를 혁신하는 한편 자율주행 화물 운송 기술을 도입하는 등 물류 체계의 디지털화를 추진하고 있습니다. 아울러 대한민국 정부는 앞서 말씀드린 도시교통 정책과 전략들이 원활하게 작동하며 서로 시너지를 발휘할 수 있도록 법과 제도를 정비하고 있습니다. 민간기업을 포함한 다양한 참여자가 협력하는 거버넌스 구축도 추진 중입니다. 도시화가 가져온 과제와 코로나19 그리고 기후변화라는 도전은 전 세계가 함께 직면한 위기입니다. 이와 같은 위기를 넘어 지속 가능한 성장을 이루기 위해서는 국가와 국가, 다양한 주체 간의 교류와 협력이 꼭 필요합니다. 한국 정부는 변화하는 환경에 발맞춰 교통과 이동의 새로운 미래를 열 수 있도록 세계 여러 나라와 함께 고민하고 서로 의견을 나누며 힘을 모으고 싶습니다. 우리가 함께하고 있는 이번 회의가 교통의 디지털 전환을 위한 서로의 지식과 경험을 나누고 협력을 다짐하는 기회의 장이 되기를 기대합니다. 경청해 주셔서 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for sharing your perspective on the application of smart transport technology and big data, especially in the context of urban transport. May I now turn to His Excellency Minister Chithop. Excellency, the goal to halve road traffic fatalities by 2020 was not reached, and we are renewing commitment towards the second decade for road safety 2021-2030. What are the key initiatives to improve road safety and reach SDG target 3.6, halving the number of deaths and injuries from road traffic accidents by 2020? Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Thailand underscores the improvement of road safety and aims to reduce road accidents by 2030 in order to support the achievement of SDG target 3.6. Having road safety as one of the key thematic areas identified for the next regional action program. For sustainable transport development in Asia and Pacific is not just desirable but compulsory. Thailand looks forward to working closely with the ESCAP Secretariat and member countries in implementing the planned program and making the SDG target 3.6 a reality. In this line of view, I would like to introduce various initiatives implemented by the Ministry of Transport in order to tackle road safety issues in Thailand, which are categorized into three dimensions: road users, vehicle, and road environment. Road accidents are mainly caused by drivers. As a result, the Ministry of Transport collaborates with the Ministry of Interior and the Royal Thai Police to conduct year-round law enforcement for safe behavior, which includes wearing helmets, using seat belts, adhering to speed limits, and obeying traffic laws. Currently, the Ministry uses GPS technology to track and monitor driving behavior of bus and cargo trucks. The Ministry has started enforcing the point deduction system for public transport such as taxis, motorcycle taxis, buses, and cargo trucks since the 1st of December 2021 by combining the technology and the point deduction system. The Ministry believes that a large number of accidents caused by drivers can be greatly reduced. The Ministry of Transport requires all vehicles to be inspected annually. In addition, the inspection requirements for public transport vehicles are strict. One of those is that the inspection must be done at least twice a year per terminal. Random checking points are set up along the road throughout the country to inspect public transport vehicles. This is to ensure the vehicle safety and pollution emission to meet the requirement. This initiative results in an enormous decrease in the number of accidents, especially during the long holiday season. The Ministry also used the concept of safe system approach in which the road infrastructure should help reduce damage in event of accident and increase driving visibility. The Ministry had developed rubber fender barriers for using on highways that formerly had flush medians to separate traffic lanes or had head-on collision cases. Crash tests from the Korea Automobile Testing and Research Institute found that when crashed at a speed of 120 km per hour. The barrier prevents cars from crossing over the median. Lastly, traffic information system is used to inform road users, weather information and traffic information in advance. I would like to inform you that the government of Thailand is committed to resolving the road safety issue by setting it as one of the nation's agendas and encouraging all sectors to take action. This includes technology as a tool for law enforcement, launching a campaign to raise safe driving awareness among Thai of all ages, and creating a safe road environment that meets international standards in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs in the area of road safety. Lastly, I would like to play the video that summarizes the remarkable achievement in the field of road safety, consisting of the rubber fender barrier, highway improvement to support the speed limit of 120 km per hour, and the road safety fund.
The Ministry of Transport has introduced various initiatives as tools to improve road safety in Thailand. Recently, the ministry has invent, research, and develop the rubber fender barrier, RFB, the rubber shield that covers the concrete barrier to absorbing the impact of collision. According to the testing result in Thailand, RFB reduced the crashing impact by 49%. It also prevents the car from crossing the barrier to opposite lanes, which is the cause of up to 17% of fatal road accidents in Thailand. In addition, the Korea Automobile Testing and Research Institute confirmed the corresponding result. Thailand has completed nationwide the installation of RFB on 94 road projects with a budget of over 2,700 million baht. After 12 months of installation, the road accident rate on the installed road network had shrunk as follows. The number of deaths reduced by 52.9%. The number of serious injuries decreased by 68.8%, and with no collision caused by vehicle crossing the barrier to opposite lanes. Another key issue is the traffic flows conflict in appropriate speed in each lane on national highways and rural roads, as it is one of the causes of traffic accidents. To address this issue, the Ministry of Transport has enacted a ministerial regulation to regulate the vehicle speed on national highways or rural roads, BE 2564, 2021. With the upper speed limit of 120 kilometers per hour, it was found that there was a 29% drop of accidents compared to the previous year. Lastly, the initiative will set a new design standard for future highways and rural roads in Thailand. Besides, using the national budget to improve road safety, the Ministry of Transport has established Road Safety Fund under the supervision of the Department of Land Transport as another source of finance. The fund is from the auctioning of 301 popular license plate numbers in each alphabetical category, with an annual income of over 1.2 to 1.7 billion baht. In forging forward, Thailand sets to increase the strength of Road Safety Fund by attracting more bidders through a safe, customized license plate auction. Such initiative is estimated to raise an additional income of 300 to 500 million baht per year to the Road Safety Fund, in which this will truly ensure a safe and sustainable transport system for the betterment of all road users.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jithop, for sharing your views and initiative on road safety in the context of Thailand. Finally, I would like to invite Her Excellency Minister Yadav and also pose the following question. What good practices showcase successful example of sustainable transport system that foster poverty reduction, economic growth, and inclusion of vulnerable groups. Could you point to some of the main obstacles that, in your experience, prevent transport systems from fulfilling their role in ensuring that no one is left behind? Madam Minister, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, let me thank the Executive Secretary of ESCAP for inviting me to this ministerial roundtable and the question and inclusiveness and sustainability of transport system in Nepal. With regard to inclusiveness, after the recent reforms, representation of women and minorities group in elected bodies and government institutions are ensured by the constitution. The current parliament is inclusive in representation of various minorities, and we have about 33% women members of parliament. In the current cabinet, 25%, 6 are women, and 3 infrastructure related ministers, namely physical infrastructure and transport, energy, water resources and irrigation, and urban development are all led by women. Ministerial Nepal is in the progress in implementing reform for inclusiveness in the 3 level of government: federal, provincial and local level. We have road access to all district headquarters, and the work on Kathmandu try fast track in progressing that will reduce travel time to try plane and connectivity to India, north-south corridor, mid-hill highway and links to China are also being upgraded. Work are also progressing to develop a mass public transport system in Kathmandu. Study and development of about 1,000 kilometer long east-west electrified railways has already been completed. In construction works for one section in progress. Similarly, Janakpur Kurtha section in Nepal, India across broader railways have been upgraded to the modern broad gauge track from the old narrow gauge. Planned to start operation soon. Contractors are also encouraged to employ local workforce. Women workers are being encouraged in the routine maintenance work of the road as length workers and the bioengineering work as well. Focusing on the transport service, both private and public sector are involved. There is a need to improve overall planning mode, share, quality and reliability and safety of public transport system and enhance inclusiveness. There are seat designed for women in public buses and 3-wheelers. Existing transport strategy for urban areas state the all roads shall be made pedestrian and disabled friendly. Implement of policy and practice and development inclusive mobility system would contribute toward universal accessibility and ensure safety and comfort of differently able people. With regards to environmental sustainability, Nepal aims to reduce 28% GHG emissions from the transport sector by 2030, promotion of public electric mobility, operation of electric public transport in 3 provinces, and vehicles to cover 90% of all private passenger vehicle sale by 2030 are reflected as transport sector policy and studies, Nepal with rich in hydropower and current surplus of clean energy have huge potential to transition to electric mobility. There has been progress in this front with the operation of electric bus and minibus in Kathmandu, development of charging infrastructure and progress in procurement of 200 electric bus for Kathmandu. The popular electric Safatem clean three-wheelers is operating in Kathmandu since 1993 and most of the operation are women. While the road safety is still a major concern in Nepal, we have adopted new action plan for road safety 2021-2030. One of the successful example on safety do not drink and drive campaigning in Kathmandu Valley. Due to its advocacy and enforcement, number of road crashes and fatalities are decreasing in Kathmandu. Coordination among various institutions in implementing inclusive and sustainable policies is still a challenge in Nepal. COVID-19 has also taught us to look and think beyond transport sector and the need to explore synergy with energy, urban development, health and social sector. Nepal is planning to graduate from LDC by 2026. In this transition phase, we aim to learn from member state, UN system and development partners in managing the transition as well as excellencing the achievement of SDGs. We would welcome collaboration opportunities and technical support in making Nepal transport system more inclusive and sustainable. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Yadav. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all speakers for their time and important insights. I hope today's roundtable provided us with some answers and real solutions to persisting problems, as well as set the tone for further discussions under the agenda item. I'm confident this event shared valuable approaches as well as good practices, experiences on improving regional transport and logistics system to be more sustainable and resilient and encourage innovative ways to move forward. Again, thank you very much. I now give the floor back to the chair for the continuation of the agenda.
Thank you. On behalf of the conference, I wish to thank the Excellencies for their interventions and the Executive Secretary for moderating this insightful event. We shall now continue Agenda Item 7 on policy statements on scaling up sustainable transport initiatives in Asia and the Pacific to strengthen regional cooperation. Given a compressed schedule for this meeting, we ask for your support to keep your interventions to no more than 5 minutes. Given the technical limitations of conducting the conference through a virtual platform and in view of the mandates and operational requirements of the conference, priority will be given to the members associate members, and permanent observers of the Commission. Limited opportunities for interventions will be available for observer organizations, international intergovernmental organizations, and other entities depending on the availability of time. Thank you for your attention. To maintain order and for delegations to be ready to take the floor, when I call on the speaker, I will also announce the delegation next in line. May I now invite Mr. Masatoshi Miyake, Special Representative for International Affairs, Ministry of Land of Japan, followed by Mr. Puntesho Tobshige, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Communication of Bhutan. Mr. Miyake of Japan, you have the floor, please.
Honorable ministers, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Miyake Masatoshi, Special Representative for International Affairs of the Ministry of Land Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, Japan. It's my great honor and pleasure to participate in the fourth session of the Ministerial Conference on Transport of the ESCAP on behalf of our Minister, Mr. Saito Tetsuo. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Secretariat of the ESCAP, who made all the necessary preparations for this conference.
Now, I would like to share points on which Japan would like the particular focus placed, which are related to the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Development in Asia and Pacific 2022 and 2026. First is the promoting sustainable transport and logistic service achieved through the use of digital technology as we transition to a full-fledged digital society utilizing and advancing big data and digital technology to build transport and logistics systems that are efficient, resilient, sustainable, safe, and inclusive has become a priority issue for the Asia-Pacific region. Furthermore, in the post-COVID era, there are calls for not just economic recovery, but sustainable and build back better recovery. We believe that making the most of data and digital technology will be an essential idea driving for the recovery. In Japan, where the population is aging and declining, we are building a transportation system that efficiently utilizes digital technology like mobility as a service, on-demand transportation, using AI, smart city technology, and automated driving with the goal of creating a society where everyone can move freely without excessively dependent on private cars. We are making progress towards social implementation of MOS, such as by conducting various demonstration experiments. For example, to achieve barrier-free, seamless door-to-door mobility experiences for the elderly and disabled. We are also providing the online mobility support service through the Universal MOS demonstrating experiments as well. Furthermore, we are now working with countries around the world to collaborate with us to solve problems. We hope to share the knowledge and experience that Japan has accumulated through these initiatives with the participating countries and regions through ESCAP initiative. Secondly, I would believe that the realization of environmentally sustainable low-carbon mobility and logistics is one of the elements that should be focused on. As achieving carbon neutrality is becoming a global concern, reducing CO2 emission in the transportation sector will require a combination of measures, including avoid and shift and improve transportation through digital technologies and other technological innovation. As the Ministry of Land, we have compiled the priority project that will undertake strategies to realize green society as a green challenge. And AI and IoT and big data, all these will be used to promote the smart and green transportation. And we develop other use of bicycles and also carbon neutral port and fuel cell zero emission vehicle and other green system would be developed in terms of technologies going forward. In addition, one of the results of the past transport policy initiatives, the mode share of public transport like trains and buses is highly high compared to private cars in Japan's urban areas. I think this is solving issues of CO2 emission. Now, the public transportation services are basically provided by for-profit private enterprises, but Japan has a know-how necessary for developing high-quality transportation infrastructure, as well as for maintaining and operating it. So, through ESCAP activities and by cooperating with each country, and region in infrastructure project, we would like to share our knowledge with the other countries. As I have discussed, Japan will continue serving as a leader in efforts to meet SDGs goal in post-COVID-19 era of no one will left behind through inclusive, sustainable, and high-quality transport, and determined to contribute as much as we can to the regional action program for sustainable transport development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miyake of Japan, for your statement. Mr. Tobgay of Bhutan, you have the floor, please.
It's a great honor and privilege for me to be amongst the distinguished delegates in the 4th Conference of Transport Ministers. On behalf of the Royal Government of Bhutan, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to ESCAP for successfully convening this meeting. Mr. Chairman, availability of efficient and affordable transport not only improves convenience for people, but plays a critical role in improving productivity and reducing transaction costs, thus providing overall positive thrust to the economy. It is therefore important that the transport systems are developed in ways that are accessible, affordable, sustainable, and inclusive. It is for this reason that the transport system should not only be safe for movement of passengers and goods alone, but also responsive to the rapidly changing technological and economic environment. It is therefore very important for the sector to be environmentally friendly and sustainable. Mr. Chairman, I would like to report that Bhutan has witnessed unprecedented socio-economic growth over the years, with the transport sector playing a major role. Further, as a landlocked country, Bhutan relies heavily on overland transit through neighboring states for access to seaports and transit to other countries, creating a great deal of economic inefficiencies. The transport system in Bhutan is therefore far from being sustainable. For this reason, the development of a safe, affordable, efficient, sustainable, and inclusive transport system remains a high priority for Bhutan in the 12th Five-Year Plan and beyond. Mr. Chairman, the Royal Government of Bhutan has undertaken several initiatives, some of which are as follows. Electric vehicle initiatives. By the end of 2022, about 300 internal combustion engine taxis will be replaced by EV taxis. Further, by the end of 2022, a network of charging stations would be established in all 20 districts. This is aimed at reducing vehicular pollution, dependence on imported fossil fuel, and adverse impact on human health. This is in line with our commitment to remain carbon neutral, which was first declared at the COP15, including all the subsequent conference of parties. Bhutan is also exploring alternative modes of transport, such as railways, cable cars, ropeways, etc., to make the transport system in the country more resilient and to provide alternate transport choices to meet the growing demand for transport services. We continue our effort to establish inter-district public transport services and focus on last-mile connectivity. Government also provides subsidies to encourage private operators to provide scheduled transport services on unprofitable routes. Bhutan continues to invest in urban transport system, such as enhancing the city bus services through provision of additional bus fleets, construction of four-way lanes to introduce bus rapid transit system in Thimphu City, and introduction of city bus services in other major urban centers. As part of our global commitment, Bhutan has recently launched the Low Emission Development Strategy, or LEDS, for the surface transport sector. The LEDS 2021-2050 is a high-level 30-year strategy document that provides direction and strategy for development in the transport sector. Further, Bhutan is also working on a comprehensive surface transport policy to include the emerging priorities for the transport sector. Mr. Chairman, despite the government's investment provision of urban and rural accessibility continues to be a key development issue in the country. Provision of transport infrastructure and services are costly and extremely challenging. Logistic industry are underdeveloped and therefore unable to offer high quality service. While rapid motorization has improved life of people and reduced hardships, the rise in incidents of road crashes is a growing concern. The government resources are often inadequate to finance transport system development and road safety programs. Mr. Chairman, as we progress, new issues and challenges continue to emerge that are of local, regional, and international concern. We must therefore be prepared to work together to overcome the numerous challenges. We must all draw lessons from the ongoing pandemic and its impact on transport, which calls for a more resilient transport system to ensure an undisrupted supply chain. Therefore, I would like to reiterate that cross-border and regional cooperation and integration have become extremely important for all of us to grow together and benefit collectively from. On our part, Bhutan will continue to contribute and participate actively in the entire value and supply chain to further our common goals. I acknowledge that the proposed ministerial declaration and the regional action plan have been discussed at various levels for adoption, and I commend ESCAP for the hard work in leading this ministerial conference. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that the role of our development partners will continue to remain crucial to help in implementing the regional action plan. I thank you for your time and attention. Tashitele.
Thank you, Mr. Topge, for your statement. May I now invite His Excellency Betya Erden Jalawezuren, Vice Minister, Minister of Road and Transport Development of Mongolia, followed by His Excellency Dr. Ghaffari, Deputy Minister of Roads and Urban Development of Iran. His Excellency Jalawezuren of Mongolia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Dear Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to extend my warmest greetings to all of you attending the UNESCO Ministerial Conference on Transport, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the ESCAP for outstanding organization of this conference. It has been over 2 years since the world is enduring the unprecedented challenges and crises brought by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. During these difficult times, the role of transport coordination and supply chain logistics has become the most crucial issues when countries close the borders and place restrictions that tame the pandemic. Mongolia keenly aims to increase its participation and contribution to the regional and international socio-economic integration, and to expand its cooperation with other countries. At a time when the trade turnover between China and Russia, as well as Asia and Europe, is increasing significantly, Mongolia has taken its geographical advantage in order to participate in trade and transportation between our two neighboring countries, to divert the freight transportation between Asia and Europe through Mongolia, and to join the regional logistics networks. As you know, Mongolia is a landlocked country with vast reserves of minerals. The mining is the main driving force of the economic development and foundation for future growth. The mining sector is the largest contributor to the country's economy, accounting for 20% of Mongolia's GDP and 70% of export earnings. However, there is an urgent need to improve efficient activities in transport and logistics to ensure the export of Mongolia's mineral resources to the world market and reach the domestic customers of the countries. Although 70% of Mongolia's import goods are transported in containers due to lack of sufficient logistics network development, the transportation time is long and doesn't follow timely scheduling and delivery time frame. In particular, from the end 2019, due to COVID-19, the unexpected situation has occurred, such as increase of transportation costs, time delays, especially the length of wait times at the border crossings. Due to all these situations, especially the landlocked developing countries have faced more difficulties and challenges than ever before. This requires us further strengthening the value-added production capacity to reduce commodity dependency, diversify the economy, and increase trade. Taking this opportunity, I would like to call on to all the countries to promote and encourage coordinated and informed actions and decision-making when it comes to border crossing formalities and the pandemic-related prevention actions to ensure the freedom of transit and trade for its neighboring countries. In order to develop the diversified transport network and facilitate trade and transport in regional and international trade, the government of Mongolia has adopted a number of medium and long-term development policies to intensify development of infrastructure for road, transport, energy, telecommunications, mining, manufacturing, and tourism sectors, and to develop the efficient transport links with its neighboring countries and beyond, as well as to facilitate trade and reduce transportation costs. In the framework of the realization of these infrastructure development policies, we have set a goal to expand our railway network and launched a number of big railway construction projects. In 2022, 680 kilometers of railway construction work will be completed, and a total of 1,700 kilometers of new railways will be built in the coming 2 years. As part of the goal of facilitating transportation, improving border crossings, and developing the road infrastructure, we will finish the Western Regional Road Development Project, which is the section of Asian Highway Route AH4 connecting China and Russia. I am confident that cooperation in road transport sector will be further expanded with the continuous support of UNESCO and other relevant countries to address the pressing issues such as reducing barriers to international, regional, and transit transportation, facilitating trade, and ensuring the road safety and security. Distinguished ministers, delegates, Mongolia strives to become a land-linked country rather than landlocked country by increasing the number of border crossings with our neighbors to gain more alternative access routes and to enhance transport and logistics connectivity to the regional transport network. We will further improve the competitiveness of our international transport and logistics industry, build appropriate infrastructure, and support initiatives to ensure the smooth operation of multimodal freight transport in the country connecting both international and domestic ports. Finally, I would like to emphasize the importance of our close cooperation, establishment of unified transport system, border and customs coordination for for the expansion of transport network and efficient, inclusive, and rapid implementation of cross-border transport and logistics activities. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Jalawus Suren of Mongolia, for your statement. His Excellency Dr. Ghaffari of Iran. You have the floor, please.
In the name of God, Madam Chair, distinguished Minister, honorable delegates. At the outset, I would like to express my deep gratitude and warm thanks for organizing this significant meeting. I'm also pleased and honored to have the opportunity to speak in this worthwhile event among the highest transportation authorities and international transportation specialists assembly. On behalf of the Ministry of Road and Urban Development of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I would like to appreciate the Secretariat team for all efforts and arrangements and hope this conference succeeds to take the best decisions for a better future of transportation and prosperity for all. Madam Chair, the Islamic Republic of Iran highly values the key initial role that transportation could play in trade, facilitation, economic prosperity, and sustainable development in the world as a whole. In this regard, we are of the view that the development of transportation infrastructures in the Asia-Pacific region is unbalanced. Lack of transportation connectivity in some regions, insufficient investment in infrastructures, and weakness of transport connectivity are obvious in this respect. And for addressing these challenges effectively, more harmonization of customs rules and regulations in border points is necessary. Unfortunately, thousands of people are victimized in road accidents annually. On the contrary, the Asia-Pacific region has special potentials and abundant mineral, energy, and human resources, and outstanding transportation opportunities, which, if benefits in a common, convergent, and effective way, will develop public welfare and strengthen peace, stability, and security throughout the region. It seems now is the time to revise macro-regional and global transportation policies and accelerate the modifications and implementing the adopted decisions immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Republic of Iran, as you know, is a major country with a special geographical situation, and its suitable land and maritime infrastructure provide numerous opportunities for the prosperity of regional transit. During 2 years ago, the Ministry of Road and Urban Development has invested, developed, and implemented some priorities in different transport projects. Iran has conducted National Comprehensive Transportation and Logistics Network, updating the studies. Also incorporating with Turkmenistan, has launched second road border bridge in Saras, which facilitated transit flows. We completed 2 railway connections to Afghanistan via Khaparat route and Azerbaijan between Astras in both countries, which completes the missing links on East-West corridor and North-South corridor. During the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, a disinfected tunnel was installed by the railways of Iran at Saras border with Turkmenistan, which led into a resumption of rail transportation within a short time. Iran has also taken several steps to improve road safety, including cooperation with WHO and ESCAP on a joint project. We have carried a trilateral memorandum of understanding between Iran, Turkmenistan, and Kazakhstan aimed at commercialization of KTI corridor. And finally, Iran Railways in May 2021 proposed ESCAP Secretariat draft of a new annex to TAR covering the general principle on electronic data exchange among railway and between railways and control agencies aligned Trans-Asian Railway Network, that all these efforts permanently are being presented in its expert committees to the ESCAP Secretariat. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, owing to fundamental environmental challenges, poverty, and inequality, and the destructive impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, a real commitment to multilateralism and global cooperation and implementation of our defined programs is needed. The conference will pass the action plan of transportation for 2022 till 2026, and Islamic Republic of Iran is completely ready to support and fully cooperate with ESCAP in this regard. I hope the achievement of this conference led to equally developed future, peace and prosperity for the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Dr. Ghaffari of Iran. As it is now past 12 hours, let's adjourn for lunch break and come back to reconvene deliberations on this agenda item at 14 hours Bangkok time. Before we adjourn, I invite the Secretary of the conference to make any relevant housekeeping announcements, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates may wish to know that a side event will be held from 12:30 to 14 hours Bangkok time, entitled Launch of the Transport Research and Education Network for Asia and the Pacific. The Zoom link to join this event is now shared in the chat box. The conference will reconvene at 14 hours Bangkok time, so delegations will be able to test their connection 30 minutes before the meeting starts in the afternoon. So see you afternoon. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, welcome back. I now invite you to continue deliberations on Agenda Item 7. I remind all delegations to keep their interventions to no more than 5 minutes. Her Excellency Alishat Ahula, Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation of Maldives. You have the floor, followed by Her Excellency Renu Kumari Yadev, Minister of Physical Infrastructure and Transport of Nepal. Her Excellency Ahula of Maldives, floor is for you. She's there. Her Excellency Ahula of Maldives.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Executive Secretary, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor as the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation of the Maldives to address this conference on behalf of the Maldivian government. Despite the challenges, we have got together here today to discuss issues of global importance in the transport sector and to overcome these hurdles to emerge strong as one. Looking back at the past 24 months, it has kept all the world leaders, respective ministers, and relative heads of organization on their toes. The global pandemic has reshaped the way we live. We have had to let go of certain ways to adapt to the new normal, and it has not been easy. Likewise, the sector that has felt the full force of the effects of the pandemic has been transport. The Maldives is geographically isolated, spread from the north to south over 800 kilometers. In our nation, the unique in the physical distribution of the islands require different methods of transport to get by commute between these islands. The National Plan for Transportation is based on 3 main principles: affordability, green energy, and effective connectivity. During the discussion, we have laid out a transport network plan where, when our aviation connectivity policy is implemented, residents will be able to reach an airport within 30 minutes using the integrated ferry network that is being launched in early 2022. This is the first time in the Maldives that a comprehensive plan has been laid out to ensure that the residents are ensured desire mobility to enable seamless connectivity, which will boost economic activities between countries and enhance growth of the economy. In the islands and major cities, we are pushing green initiative to reduce conventional fuel-based vehicles and promote environmentally friendly vehicles to ensure that we reach the government's goal of Maldives reaching net zero by 2030. The Maldives is being vulnerable state to climate change. We set a plan to reduce our emission and decarbonize by 2030. Hence, the plan to implement more environmentally friendly transportation method to enable these strategies have been laid out in the National Strategic Action Plan. We are in the process of establishing minibus project which would feed into broader land public transport network. The minibuses will be electric vehicles, and this is going to be a project that's first of its kind. Green transport is sustainable, great for the environment, but also require investment to the infrastructure. The Maldives is actively looking for the partners to form a relationship to pilot projects in the Maldives in relation to greener, cost-effective and sustainable transport solutions. The Maldives population being under 500,000 gives opportunity for us to be a great sample size of experiment with new technology methods. Measures of the establishment of sustainable transportation system. In order to sustain the transportation system and ensure its longevity, countries should have a holistic approach to commercialize the aspect that can be commercialized and ensure that over time, the cost of the investment is covered. That being said, we must all know public transport is a basic right, and we, on the policy level, should always fight to ensure that our people's basic rights are protected. Looking at the maritime sector, which is one of the key areas of focus of the Maldives, the government is focused on strengthening the legal framework governing the maritime sector to ensure international standards on quality, safety, compliance, and protection of the natural environment. From 2019 to today, the country has gone through drastic changes. Despite the pandemic, our national shipping line is expanding its fleet, training more Maldivian seafarers and leading from the front to ensure that the national needs are met. In terms of projects directly concerning the communities, the government is also focused on increasing the connectivity of administrative islands, as well as improving the mobility of individuals, goods and services. This will achieve higher standards of living and economic development for all our people. Maldives is now on the verge launching our integrated national ferry network. This will connect all the islands from north to the south. Last but not the least, I would like to highlight the most heavily affected sector of the transport aviation. As a small nation, we are highly dependent on air transport for tourism and domestic travel needs. The preferred mode of transport for visitors is only by air. Tourism industry is heavily reliant on the transport sector. Despite the challenges we are facing with the Maldivian air transport sector on the path to recovery, the data for the period of January to August 2021 has shown the aviation sector has recovered by 65% against the same period in 2019. It is expected that the sector will recover by 75% in comparison to 2019. Over 79% of the residential population have completed COVID-19 vaccination and 98% of the aviation workforce has been fully vaccinated. The fight against COVID-19 and the recovery comes with challenges. The lack of consistency and harmonized travel measures in major tourism markets continues to affect the aviation and tourism recovery effort from an economic perspective. Nevertheless, all notable progress achieved by overcoming great challenges. As a close, I would like to call all member states to work together, share the lessons learned, and lend a helping hand to those states in need to overcome this global pandemic, to build back better, to ensure no state is left behind, and emerge victorious together as one. Thank you.
Thank you, Her Excellency Ahola of Maldives. Her Excellency Renu Kumar Yadev of Nepal. You have the floor, please.
To express my appreciation to ESCAP for preparation made for this conference and high quality of documents. I also appreciate the opportunity to share some of the policies of the government of Nepal to enhance overall sustainability of transport system in Nepal. My invention will focus on federal government's policy and plan in improving transport connectivity, urban public transport, transition to electric mobility, and road safety. Nepal is committed to 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and has mainstream sustainable development goals SDGs in our national policies and plans. We are aiming to reduce 28% greenhouse gas emissions from the transport sector by 2013, our updated nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement. Enhancing transport connectivity is vital for economic development. One of the priorities of the government is to provide road accessibility to all district headquarters and major commercial centers, as well as to improve the transport connectivity in terms of safety, reliability, comfort, and time. Now we have road access to all district headquarters and major commercial centers. Work of Kathmandu-Nizhgar Expressway is in progress. The yard will bring numerous economic benefits by reducing travel time from federal capital Kathmandu to Trai, and also connectivity to India. North-south corridors are also in the government's priority. Upgradation of some roads linked to both Indian and Chinese border are going on. East-West Highway, a part of Asian Highway 2, has been started to upgrade in full lane on its different sections. Similarly, Kathmandu-Pokhara Highway is also upgraded. Recently, dry port construction in Chobhar, Kathmandu, Raswa near Chinese border are completed. A study on development of about 1,000 kilometer east-west electrified railway is completed. In construction, work has been started in one section. One Nepal in India cross-border rail link has upgraded into broad gauge and rail service with diesel electrified locomotive will be started soon. On tunnel road to facilitate access to Kathmandu is being built in the west of Kathmandu in a part of Asian Highway 42. Madam Chairperson, major cities in Nepal, including the capital city Kathmandu, are rapidly urbanizing number of vehicles is increasing at 14% annually. Kathmandu alone has more than 50% of national vehicle fleet. In this context, providing sustainable mobility is a major challenge due to growing demand. Federal government is working to improve urban mobility in partnership with provincial and local governments. We are planning to develop a mass transit system in Kathmandu. Feasibility study of a metro rail system is completed, and there is a plan to operate bus rapid transit and some electric buses too. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been change in users' behavior to walk and cycle use and use of personal cars, use of cashless payment through QR codes. Healthy and mobile payment are going increasing. We are aiming to integrate urban and transport planning in major cities, seeing on the development of public transport as well as integration of non-motorized transport, footpath, cycling, tracks, improvement of urban roads, green infrastructure and parks. City authorities are required to develop integrated award development and public transport master plans. This will enable urban residents to have safe, accessible, inclusive, and sustainable urban environment and mobility. With abundance of hydropower generation potential of 42 gigawatt, the transition to electric mobility is government priority reflected in the NDCs that will support decarbonization of the transport sector. Currently, Nepal has plus green energy and hydroelectricity generation and will reach 11 gigawatt by 2030. To support transition, the government has reduced import taxes for electric vehicles. The transport sector policy and strategies include a plan to operate electric public transport and vehicles to cover 90% of all private passenger vehicle sales by 2030. Private sector is operating a field of electric buses and minibuses in Kathmandu and has installed 80 fast and slow charging stations and plans to expand service to other cities. The government is procuring 200 electric buses to operate public transport in Kathmandu. Nepal Electric Authority is deploying 500 charging stations in Kathmandu and planning to expand number in other areas. Gradually, Nepal is planning to expand electric public transport network in intercity travel by installing charging stations at strategic locations. We are in the process of organizing a stakeholders consultation and refine strategy and operational policy to further accelerate transition to electric mobility with support of ESCAP. Due to difficult mountain terrain, road safety is still a major concern for Nepal. We have adopted a new action plan for roads safety 2021-2030, which is aligned with the second decade of action for road safety. Its gradual implementation would improve road safety situation. High-level road safety counseling is established in order to improve safety in Kathmandu. Various safety measures, including the to not drink and drive. Campaign is ongoing with the reduction in number of crashes and fatalities. One of the challenges for safety has been the number of casualties per cases due to the difficult topography and road in the mountain terrain. Improving data collection and analysis, sharing of experience in the area of accident and reduction of key risk factors would be beneficial for improving road safety in Nepal. Madam Chair, with the efforts of the government in the implementation of sustainable transport policies, Nepal transport sector would be more sustainable, inclusive and resilient. The improvement of urban public transport and transition to electric mobility will help to reduce GHG emission as well as save foreign currency by reducing import of fossil fuels. Nepal will be graduating from LDC by 2026. In this transition phase, we would need support from UN agencies and development partners to make a structural reform and refine policies and strategy towards overall sustainability and accelerating their implementation. I would like to request ESCAP and development partners to support Nepal's transport sector and consider piloting sustainable transport initiatives in the areas of regional connectivity, sustainable urban mobility, and road safety. Nepal endorsed the proposed Ministerial Declaration and the Regional Action Program and extends full support to UN ESCAP transport sector initiatives and 7 priority themes. Nepal looks forward to collaborating and working with member states, UN ESCAP and other development partners in the implementation of the proposed Regional Action Program on Sustainable Transport Development as well as the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. Finally, I wish for the success of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Her Excellency Yadev of Nepal. May I now invite His Excellency Dmitry Zavarev, State Secretary, Deputy Minister of Transport of Russia, followed by His Excellency Kariz Mayloglu, Minister of Transport and Infrastructure of Turkey. His Excellency Dmitry of Russia, you have the floor, please.
Уважаемая госпожа исполнительный секретарь, уважаемые коллеги, ключевую роль в достижении целей устойчивого развития, особенно на фоне пандемии COVID-19, играют инновационные решения, внедрение которых не только способствует выходу из текущего кризиса, но и придает дополнительный импульс развитию в постковидный период. Основной принцип работы транспортного комплекса в нашей стране – это сохранение развития вопреки кризису. Комплексный подход к развитию транспортной системы с применением передовых технологий. Это заложено в недавно принятую транспортную стратегию Российской Федерации до 2035 года. Остановлюсь на отдельных задачах. Во-первых, это обеспечение цифровой трансформации транспортного комплекса за счет внедрения технологий искусственного интеллекта, цифровых сервисов, высокоавтоматизированных и беспилотных транспортных средств, что позволит повысить доступность, качество и безопасность транспортно-логистических услуг. Во-вторых, это развитие и повышение эффективности использования международных транспортных коридоров, проходящих по территории Российской Федерации, в том числе обеспечение бесперебойных цепочек поставок. С этой целью в 2020 году учреждена специализированная организация «Дирекция международных транспортных коридоров». Основной задачей является создание системы комплексного управления международными транспортными коридорами, включая управление транзитом, проходящим через территорию Российской Федерации. Россия в силу своего географического положения и масштаба становится одним из крупнейших транспортных коридоров между Европой и Азией. Создается современная портовая инфраструктура на Северном морском пути, обеспечивающая увеличение периода навигации. Отмечу, что объем транзитных перевозок по Северному морскому пути за 10 месяцев текущего года без малого в 2 раза больше по сравнению с аналогичным периодом 2020 года. Модернизируется инфраструктура Транссибирской и Байкало-Амурской железнодорожных магистралей. В текущем году введено в эксплуатацию 105 километров новых дополнительных путей. Увеличение пропускной способности этих магистралей позволит нарастить объем контейнерных перевозок между Азией и Европой. За 10 месяцев 2021 года объем контейнерных транзитных железнодорожных перевозок составил 889 тысяч ДЭФ, что в 1,4 раза больше по сравнению с аналогичным периодом 2020 года. В-третьих, это создание интеллектуальных транспортных систем для городских агломераций путем внедрения безопасного, экологичного и комфортного подвижного состава и оптимизации маршрутной сети Российской Федерации будет сформирован новый облик городского пассажирского транспорта. Мировой опыт использования передовых технологий на транспорте, в том числе и в Российской Федерации, доказал их эффективность по сокращению смертности и травматизма на дорогах. В нашей стране успешно функционирует автоматизированная информационная система «ЭРО-ГЛОНАСС», которая позволяет экстренным службам быстрее реагировать на аварийную ситуацию и оперативно прибывать на место происшествия. На сегодняшний день в системе зарегистрировано более 8 миллионов транспортных средств. Россия, как и большинство развитых государств мира, отвечая на климатические вызовы, последовательно переходит на траекторию устойчивого развития с низким уровнем выбросов парниковых газов. Учреждена стратегия социально-экономического развития Российской Федерации с низким уровнем выбросов парниковых газов до 2050 года. В свете задачи по обеспечению устойчивого развития транспорта особое значение уделяем международному взаимодействию по подготовке современных высококвалифицированных кадров, а также модернизацию образовательного процесса и научно-исследовательской деятельности в сфере транспорта. Уважаемые коллеги, в завершении своего выступления хотел бы отметить, что Российская Федерация приветствует принятие Министерской декларации и региональной программы действий по развитию устойчивого транспорта в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе на 2022-2026 годы, как стратегических документов, определяющих перспективное направление развития транспортной системы в регионе СКАТа. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Thank you, His Excellency Dmitry Zverev of Russia. His Excellency Karay Zamayloglu of Turkey. You have the floor, please.
Honorable Ministers, esteemed participants, I extend my warmest greetings to you all. As we begin to plan new standards for global supply chains based on the lessons we have learned from the crisis caused by the global pandemic, I attach utmost importance to this ESCAP Ministerial Conference. I would like to thank ESCAP Secretariat for organizing this conference. In accordance with UN Sustainable Development Goals, Turkey develops strategies and policies for providing innovative, sustainable, smart, and integrated mobility that focuses on accessibility and is inclusive for all segments of the society. Along with UN 2030 Agenda, we follow the guidance of the objectives of the Paris Climate Agreement and the European Green Deal in our investment planning. In line with our strategy papers that have been prepared in accordance with these guiding documents, we aim to establish an effective transport infrastructure integrating all modes of transport in a planned way. Indeed, we are taking firm steps towards our green development goals via sustainable and smart transport, green ports, enhancement of railway transport, reduction of fuel consumption and emissions, and by extending the use of micromobility vehicles. Establishing and enhancing the regional connectivity is undoubtedly one of our most important priorities. That is why we highly value the ESCAP that has initiatives and projects on the establishment of Eurasian connectivity, and we actively participate in these works. Along with the international cooperation, we have made a great progress towards the establishment of a sustainable transport system through national regulations and around $170 billion of investment in our transport and communications infrastructure over the last 2 decades. With a corridor-based approach, we are prioritizing grand projects that contribute to Europe-Asia transport connections, particularly the Trans-Caspian East-West Middle Corridor in our infrastructure investments. In this context, we have achieved a high-quality network on highways, for which we have allocated $105.1 billion with the divided roads, giant highway projects, and mega structures such as Orhan Gazi Gebze Motorway, Yavuz Sultan Selim, and Çanakkale 1915 bridges. The highway network in our country also constitutes an important and high standard part of the Asian highway network. Likewise, we attach great importance to the Trans-Asian Railway network. Thanks to the investment mobilization in the railways, we increased our high-speed train line length to over 1,200 kilometers, ranking 8th in the world. With the Marmaray and Baku-Tbilisi-Kars railway projects, we have provided an uninterrupted connection from China to London. In addition, the share of maritime transportation, constituting 90% of our foreign trade volume, has reached approximately to $41 billion in our economy, and the Turkish-owned ship fleet ranks 15th in the world with a capacity of approximately 29 million deadweights. We are about to complete the multimodal transport network that surrounds Istanbul, the city at one of the important crossroads of world trade. In this context, we attach great importance to Canal Istanbul, a vision project that we put forward in line with the changing economic trends and increasing needs both in the world and in Turkey. In aviation, we have increased the number of airports from 26 to 56 by allocating $15.1 billion to this sector. Turkish Airlines has become a global brand, and Istanbul Airport, which has won many design awards, has become one of the largest transfer centers in the world. Thanks to all these projects I have mentioned, Turkey is an important logistic hub in the transport network extending to Europe, Asia, Central Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa, with its ports, logistics centers, under the Dry Ports Agreement of ESCAP, railway connections, and growing industry. Distinguished colleagues, this difficult period that our world is facing now has once again shown us the importance of regional and international cooperation and solidarity in solving our common problems. I would like to express that we would like to increase our cooperation in achieving sustainable transportation initiatives in the ESCAP region and further our current work with your contributions.
Thank you, His Excellency Karismay Loglu of Turkey. May I now invite His Excellency Budi Karya Sumadi, Minister of Transportation of Indonesia, to take the floor, followed by His Excellency Rashad Nabiyev, Minister of Digital Development and Transport of Azerbaijan. His Excellency Budi Karya Sumadi of Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Excellencies, Minister of Transportation of the UN ESCAP member states, Excellency Executive Secretary of the UN ESCAP, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Government of Republic of Indonesia, allow me to extend my high appreciation to UN ESCAP Secretariat for convening the significant conference. Indonesia highlight and appreciate the excellent work under the Region Action Program Phase 1 that had been running smoothly and effectively. The action program had been helpful in assisting the member states in the implementation of beneficial program to strengthen the transportation network and connectivity in Asia and Pacific region. Indonesia upholds its commitment to put in the utmost effort in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and UN ESCAP Regional Action Program, so that development is undertaken by assuring balance between social, economic, and environmental aspects while being inclusive. Transportation plays an important role in achieving this goal, especially in the providing access for people and communities in an efficient and sustainable manner, including the role of reduced greenhouse gas emission. Therefore, global communities should undertake the effort to utilize the opportunities of the economic recovery post-COVID-19 pandemic by embedding sustainable aspects in their agenda. The implementation of Sustainable Recovery Program shall make the fundamental change, particularly in the individual behavior shift, may stimulate the design of the more sustainable consumption and mobility. Indonesia also continues to attack sustainable element in the development of transportation infrastructure and the improvement of the public transport service to address the problem in transportation network, such as pollution and congestion, especially in the urban areas with the construction of the MRT, LRT, and high-speed train. Indonesia also encourages and use low sulfur and alternate fuel for the ship, and well as the use the electric vehicle to support the greenhouse gas mitigation strategies. Excellencies, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia support the adopted Regional Action Program Phase 2 and Ministerial Declaration and Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, which shall serve as a constructive framework for transportation change in the transport sector in the Asia and the Pacific. Indonesia is of the view that this action program shall trigger a fundamental shift in the institutional framework, which the church shall foster the development of strong, sustainable transport network in the region. We shall all note the work of realizing and resilient and the sustainable transport network required a concerted and collaboration effort from all relevant stakeholders. We hope that this conference brings positive and encouraging results in the form of regional commitment for the more cohesive, inclusive, equal society through the sustainable transport system. Indonesia calls upon all the members to work together in a concerted manner to build a stronger resilience to address the challenge of this pandemic, to ensure a better world for all of us and our future generation through the SDGs. I'll thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency Budi Karya Sumedi of Indonesia. His Excellency Rashad Nabi of Azerbaijan. You have the floor, please.
I would like to thank ESCAP for arranging this meeting. Since its inception, ESCAP has been an engine for sustainable development and collective reliance among the countries of the region. The coronavirus pandemic has placed a heavy burden on international trade and adversely affected trade in goods and services. It has showcased the importance of maintaining cross-border movement of goods. Unfortunately, the pandemic has also exposed disintegration of infrastructure and intermodal transport operations, fragmented cross-border digitalization process, and lack of agreed practices in the trade facilitation. Nevertheless, Azerbaijan managed to keep open all of our land borders for freight traffic during the pandemic. Due to special trade and transport facilitation measures at the ports and land crossing borders, we successfully moved essential and general goods and medical supplies. Freight traffic continued with a limited disruption in the railway network. The lessons learned during the pandemic demonstrates that a coordinated regional approach would contribute to more cost-effective and efficient response to a disruption of supply chain and distribution of risks. Therefore, we attach great importance to promoting cooperation with countries of ESCAP and look forward to deepening integration with our existing partners. Moreover, Azerbaijan is open to initiatives to expand interregional transport connectivity and bring Asia closer to Europe transport architecture. Azerbaijan is a crucial enabler and strong promoter of both north-south and east-west transport corridors. Development of those corridors entails connecting national transport systems and creating relevant infrastructure. Azerbaijan is the starting point of the strategic Baku-Tbilisi-Kars railroad project, which is the shortest land road from Asia to Europe. Physical interconnection of railroads is not self-sufficient, and in order to render it commercially viable, we are currently working on tariff unification. We are contributing to enhancing regional infrastructure through another remarkable project, Baku International Sea Trade Port, the biggest one in the Caspian Sea, with a capacity to handle 25 million tons annually. Moreover, free trade zone established in the territory of the port will raise the competitiveness of the region's position as a logistical and transportational hub. The trilateral statement among the Azerbaijan, Russian Federation and Armenia signed on November 9, 2020 included a reference to the transportation corridor linking Azerbaijan's western regions with the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic. The creation of this corridor will have an immense effect on the development of transportation for the whole region. This corridor will not only help to widen transport integration in South Caucasus, but also will ensure the shortest land route from Asia to Europe and vice versa. In conclusion, we do believe that ESCAP will continue to play an active role in promoting economic cooperation in the region and coordinating joint efforts of its member states for the benefit of the region as a whole. In this context, I am confident that Ministerial Conference will come up with positive decisions and pragmatic recommendations for sustainable development and connectivity in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Rashad Nabiyev of Azerbaijan, for your statement. I now invite Ms. Annie Pitsnock, Acting Assistant Secretary for Aviation and International Affairs, U.S. Department of Transportation, USA, to take the floor, followed by Mr. Chayantan Promopson, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transport of Thailand. Ms. Annie of USA, you have the floor, please.
Your Excellencies, Ministers of Transport, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Annie Petsonk. I am Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Aviation and International Affairs at the U.S. Department of Transportation. I'm honored to join you today. I bring greetings from our Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, and share his best wishes for this ministerial conference. The United States appreciates the opportunity to work with ESCAP on multilateral solutions to common challenges, particularly in the transport sector. At the beginning of his administration, President Biden laid out 5 priorities: COVID recovery, economic recovery, climate, equity, and America's engagement in the world. As our Secretary says, we undertake these with safety as our guiding star. Multilateral cooperation is key to building back better from the pandemic. The United States is committed to multilateralism and to the Indo-Pacific region. We will cooperate through ESCAP and other UN bodies to amplify our collective strength, speed, and progress toward addressing our shared challenges. And we recognize ESCAP's efforts toward achieving these objectives, thematic areas, and activities outlined in the 2022-2026 Regional Action Program. We would like to underscore the importance of working toward the objective of environmentally sustainable transport systems and services. In April, we submitted an ambitious nationally determined contribution to achieve an economy-wide reduction in U.S. greenhouse gas emissions of 50 to 52% below 2005 levels in 2030. The United States also has set a goal to reach net zero emissions by 2050, and at the UN Climate Conference in Glasgow last month, we published our long-term strategy toward achieving that goal. Transportation is our country's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. Our new bipartisan infrastructure law will help reduce these emissions by repairing, upgrading, and modernizing our nation's transit infrastructure, replacing thousands of transit vehicles, including buses, with clean, zero-emission vehicles, and building our first ever national network of electric vehicle chargers. In the multilateral arena, at COP26, we participated in the first ever Transportation Day, joining the Clydebank Declaration to promote green shipping corridors, joining the International Aviation Climate Ambition Coalition, and announcing a U.S. Aviation Climate Action Plan with a goal of net zero emissions by 2050. In September, we announced the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Grand Challenge, an initiative to increase U.S. production of SAF, to 3 billion gallons by 2030 and 35 billion gallons by 2050, enough to power all of U.S. aviation with sustainable aviation fuels. We are working with partners to bring this positive momentum into next year's assembly of the International Civil Aviation Organization, and we hope you'll join us there. We're also committed to increasing ambition at the International Maritime Organization. As our Secretary has recently urged, it is time for IMO to adopt a goal of zero emissions by 2050. Turning to the road sector, the United States supports the Safe Systems approach, which is the foundation that ensures safe road users, safe vehicles, safe roads, safe speeds, and effective post-crash care. The approach provides a real, practical framework for collaboration and offers the possibility of making traffic crashes and fatalities a thing of the past. Safer and more efficient connectivity and mobility can support increased prosperity, economic growth, and security for the Indo-Pacific countries in ESCAP. Safe, sustainable, resilient, and high-quality infrastructure will be instrumental in meeting the Regional Action Program's objectives. As President Biden said to the UN General Assembly this year, done the right way, with transparent, sustainable investment in projects that respond to the country's needs and engage their local workers to maintain high labor and environmental standards, infrastructure can be a strong foundation that allows societies in low and middle income countries to grow and to prosper. We look forward to our joint work to address common challenges and expand sustainable transport initiatives in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Annie of United States of America. Mr. Promoson of Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Executive Secretary, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to get assigned by Minister of Transport to deliver the country's statement on his behalf. In order to support the draft regional action programs for sustainable transport development in Asia and Pacific 2022 till 2026. Sustainable transport development is of supreme importance to all countries, especially developing countries, as it is a central component of sustainable development and contribute to its three dimensions by bringing about economic growth, social integration, and environmental development. The draft Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and Pacific draw concrete link to directly and indirectly relevant Sustainable Development Goal or SDGs. Therefore, sustainable transport options and infrastructures are important conditions for improving accessibility and connectivity that help integrate the country into the global supply chain and also eliminate poverty and achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. According to the significant agenda, Thailand has formulated a long-term strategic plan for transport development, focusing on enhancing its efficiency, green and safe and safety, and inclusivity with utilization of innovation and more efficient management techniques. In order to low carbon transport and GHG emission reduction, Thailand is now forming EV or electric vehicle roadmap for Thailand until the year 2035. The EV share in automobile manufacture is expected to be at 30% of total automobile manufacture in Thailand by the year 2030 and 50% by the year 2035. Moreover, in an effort to advance regional connectivity, Thailand has initiated the Motorway and Railway Master Plan, also called MRMAP, which integrates between motorway and double-track railway system, offering time and cost-efficient transport options, along with safe and secure logistic network for the whole region. To enhance urban mobility, the Royal Thai government is committed to improving and integrating public transport in major urban areas. The 20 years Mass Rapid Transit Master Plan in Bangkok metropolitan area call for infrastructure and electric rail development projects covering a total plan of 550 kilometers by the year 2030. Thailand also attached great importance on convenience and efficiency of public transportation. The universal design concept has been applied on mass rapid transit and on airport development to ensure universal accessibility for elderly, disability, and children. In addition, the common fare and common ticketing system are in the process of implementation. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as Thailand is implementing toward sustainable transport, all the actions are also very much in line with the draft regional action program for sustainable transport development in Asia and Pacific, which would be considered and adopted in this meeting. However, the achievement of the program has another 5 years to go, in which more concrete efforts and corrective focus should be prioritized. Political cooperation and member countries' ambition must be engaged in this achievement. Thailand, as an active member of ESCAP, stands ready to fully support the implementation of Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, the year 2022 till 2026, for the betterment of our whole region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Promoson of Thailand. Mr. Ni Sui, General Manager, Myanmar Railways, Ministry of Transport and Communications of Myanmar. You have the floor, followed by Mr. Yu Shengqi, Permanent Representative of China to ESCAP. Mr. Swage of Myanmar, you have the floor, please.
Not connected Myanmar, so we can skip. We can go to China.
China, directly. As Myanmar is not connected, shall we, I will ask Mr. Yu Shengqi, Permanent Representative of China to ESCAP. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. 谢谢主席女士。主席女士，女士们、先生们，2016年以来，亚太地区积极落实亚太可持续交通运输互联互通部长宣言和亚太可持续交通互联互通区域行动计划第1阶段。亚洲公路网、泛亚铁路网和陆港协定的缔约国数量不断增长，区域内及跨区域交通基础设施及运营方面的互联互通不断加强，取得了积极的进展。中国结合本国的国情和优先发展事项，积极落实宣言和行动计划的第1阶段。中国建成了全球最大的高速铁路网、高速公路网、世界级的港口群，综合交通网突破600万公里。高铁、大飞机等装备制造实现了重大突破。港珠澳大桥、北京大兴国际机场等超大型交通工程建成投运。面对疫情，中国坚持人民至上、生命至上，保障交通网络不断，应急运输绿色通道不断，必要的群众生产生活物资运输通道不断。中国积极落实减排承诺，努力构建可持续交通运输系统。近期，中国政府编制完成交通运输等领域碳达峰、碳中和实施方案，将交通运输绿色低碳列入碳达峰10大行动计划。中国正积极扩大新能源和清洁能源在交通领域的应用，完善绿色交通基础设施建设，提倡绿色出行。目前，中国新能源汽车保有量占全球的半数以上，各类充电基础设施数量同比增长50.4%。到2025年，中国城市公交新能源汽车占比计划达到72%。在发展自身交通的同时，中国积极参与区域和全球的交通领域各项工作，与各国高质量共建“一带一路”，有效促进了区域内和跨区域资源要素的有序流动和优化配置。2019年，中国提出将境内的10条亚洲公路网潜在路线转为正式路线，为加强亚太地区基础设施互联互通合作做出了重要贡献。本月初，中老铁路正式通车，作为共建“一带一路”标志性工程和 ESCAP 泛亚铁路网政府间协定的重要组成部分。中老铁路将为老挝破解陆锁国困局，推动老挝总收入提升20%左右，持续深化中南半岛的互联互通。女士们、先生们，疫情期间，中国保障向200多个国家和地区出口防疫物资畅通，通过国际海事组织等平台与各国分享疫情防控经验。自2020年5月起，中欧班列连续16个月单月开行1000列以上，中国远洋货轮昼夜穿梭，全力保障区域和全球产业链供应链的稳定，体现了中国担当。今年10月，中国举行第2届全球可持续交通大会，提出了加强交通合作的行动倡议，将有力地推动全球疫后复苏和落实联合国2030年可持续发展议程交通相关目标。此外，中国通过 中国 ESCAP 合作基金支持 ESCAP 秘书处开展了一系列的交通领域研究项目，有力促进了区域交通政策沟通、经验交流。中国将建立中国国际可持续交通创新和知识中心，进一步推进交通领域的科技创新和知识分享。女士们、先生们，亚太地区交通发展仍面临不平衡、不统一、不环保等问题。同时，新冠肺炎疫情、气候变化、城市化等给亚太交通可持续发展带来新的挑战。亚太地区需加强区域合作和一体化，进一步统一技术标准，完善法律框架，协调运输规则和程序，并推动大数据、人工智能等新技术与交通行业深度融合，并为交通基础设施的维护、建设、升级提供充足的资金保障，加快形成绿色低碳的交通运输方式，加强绿色基础设施建设，鼓动引导绿色公共出行。在第76届联合国大会上，中国国家主席习近平提出了全球发展倡议，旨在加快落实联合国2030年可持续发展议程，欢迎各国积极参与该倡议，落实交通相关的可持续发展目标，全面推进交通物流、基础设施等领域的合作。中方愿与亚太各国共同努力，加强基础设施硬联通和制度规则的软联通，提升亚太交通运输和物流网络的效率和韧性，打造更加高效、绿色、包容的交通系统，更好地促进亚太地区疫后复苏和可持续发展。谢谢主席女士。
Thank you, Yoshing Key, Permanent Representative of China to UN ESCAP, for your statement. May I now invite His Excellency Hong Song-kyu, Vice Minister for Transport, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport of Republic of Korea, to take the floor, followed by Ms. Nilima Akhtar, Additional Secretary, Road Transport and Highways Division of Bangladesh. His Excellency Q, Republic of Korea, you have the floor, please.
존경하는 아르미다 살시아 알리 샤바나 에스캅 사무총장님, 그리고 의장님, 각국 대표단 여러분, 대한민국 국토교통부 제2차관 황성규입니다. 코로나19로 어려운 상황에서도 훌륭하게 회의를 준비해 주신 에스캅 사무국 관계자 여러분께 깊이 감사드립니다. 지난 2006년 대한민국 부산에서 첫 UN 에스캅 교통장관 회의가 열린 지 올해로 15년이 지났습니다. 그간 두 차례의 회의가 더 진행됐고 대한민국 정부는 에스캅을 통해 아시아 태평양 지역의 교통 연계성 증진을 위한 교통협력에 지속적으로 기여해 왔습니다. 앞으로도 한국은 에스캅의 발전과 아시아 태평양 지역의 교통 분야 협력 확대를 위해서 계속해서 노력해 나갈 것입니다. 각국 장차관님과 대표 여러분, 교통의 발달은 사람의 통행이나 상품의 이동을 위한 물리적 거리를 극복하는 일을 더욱 쉽게 해줍니다. 교통이 발달할수록 일상생활에서 이동할 수 있는 거리가 늘어나고 일자리, 교육, 의료, 문화 등에 대한 접근성은 더욱 좋아집니다. 따라서 효율적인 교통망을 구축하고 끊김없는 교통 서비스를 제공하는 일은 어느 나라 할 것 없이 중요한 문제입니다. 지속 가능한 지구 공동체를 만드는 데도 빼놓을 수 없는 필수 과제이기도 합니다. 그러나 2년 가까이 이어지고 있는 코로나19 팬데믹은 인류의 일상을 송두리째 바꾸어 놓았습니다. 사람과 물자의 이동 양상과 패턴 또한 이전과 크게 달라졌습니다. 이제 우리는 교통 분야의 새로운 미래를 함께 준비해야 합니다. 국제 정세의 변화, 전염병의 대유행, 기후위기, 디지털화, 탄소 중립, 플랫폼 경제 등 변화하는 환경에 발맞춰 교통과 이동의 내일을 열어가야 합니다. 또한 이 대전환의 과정에서 소외되는 이웃이 없는지를 돌아보고 지속 가능한 미래교통의 청사진을 제시해야 합니다. 그런 의미에서 이번에 논의될 장관 선언문과 행동 프로그램은 코로나 이전보다 더 발전된 포용적 회복을 이루기 위한 에스캅 회원국들의 교통 분야 협력 의지를 잘 보여주고 있다고 생각합니다. 한국 정부는 포스트 코로나 시대 준비와 탄소 중립 실현을 위해 한국판 뉴딜 정책을 추진 중입니다. 특히 디지털 뉴딜을 중심으로 효율적이고 회복력 있는 교통물류 네트워크 구축을 서두르고 있습니다. 한국형 뉴딜을 통해 추진하고 있는 교통체계 디지털화와 스마트 물류체계 구축 사업 등 편리하고 안전한 첨단 교통물류 인프라 확충 정책을 회원국과 함께 공유하겠습니다. 또한 미래 교통산업을 선도할 CITS, 스마트 모빌리티, 자율주행차 등 디지털 중심의 신산업 육성을 위한 연구개발 협력과 인적 교류도 활발히 이어나갈 계획입니다. 참석자 여러분, 코로나19가 가르쳐준 교훈 중 하나는 우리 모두는 긴밀히 연결된 공동체로 서로 많은 영향을 주고받으며 크게 의지하고 있다는 점입니다. 지속 가능한 미래교통을 만드는 일 역시 마찬가지입니다. 국제사회가 연대와 협력을 이어갈 때 교통과 이동의 새로운 미래를 열고 지속 가능한 지구 공동체를 만들 수 있습니다. 코로나 위기가 격차를 더욱 키웠다는 사실도 뼈아프게 인식해야 합니다. 비대면 디지털 경제로의 전환 과정에서 나타난 국가 간, 지역 간의 격차와 불균형을 해소하는 것은 에스캅 회원국을 비롯한 국제사회의 또 다른 시대적 과제입니다. 한국은 디지털 ODA 기금 규모를 더욱 확대해 저개발국의 디지털 인프라 확충을 지원하는 등 포용적 디지털 전환에 계속해서 기여해 나가겠습니다. 코로나 위기 극복과 포용적 회복, 지속 가능한 성장을 위해 유엔 내 협력 강화를 지지하고 계속 협력할 것을 약속드립니다. 오늘 이 자리에 모인 우리가 힘을 모아 연대와 협력의 지구촌을 만들고 지속 가능한 공동 번영의 미래를 만들어내길 기대합니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you, His Excellency Hwang Song-kyo of Republic of Korea. Ms. Nilima Akhtar of Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, please. We can hear you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Dear delegates of the conference, I would like to inform you that today is the Victory Day of People's Republic of Bangladesh. We are celebrating the 50 years of our independence. First of all, I pay my tributes to the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, under whose leadership we attained our independence. I also pay the tributes to the martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the independence. It's a great pleasure to me to be joined with you all in this fourth Ministerial Conference on Transport. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the meeting beyond the recognition, but it has made it more important than ever. Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, the pace of economic development has been continued. Even in the COVID situation, our economy is doing well. Government of Bangladesh has been undertaking necessary steps with a fresh endeavor to become a upper middle income country by 2030 and high income country by 2041. The transport system is a vital physical infrastructure which acts as a prerequisite of the socio-economic development of any country. Bangladesh, in particular, the sectoral share of land transport to gross domestic product GDP was 6.94 and the growth rate was 5.99 during 2020-21 at constant price. The role of road transport in carries with passenger and freight traffic over the years had been increasing almost consistently. Recognizing the important role of transport, Bangladesh put top priority to the development of its transport network. Bangladesh witnessed rapid growth and magnificent development of transport sector, particularly since last decade. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh is committed to achieve SDG. Transport is one of the area that connects directly to 5 SDG targets. The 8th five-year plan of Bangladesh sets strategy to develop an efficient, sustainable, safe, and regionally balanced transportation system in which various modes complement each other, interface appropriately, and where possible, provide healthy competition to each other. Particular emphasis has been placed on introducing modern technology to increase capacity and improve the system quality and productivity. For ensuring a connection, sorry, Anis, connection চলে গেছে.
We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay. It is okay?
Yes, we can hear you, please.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, for ensuring environmental sustainability, Government of Bangladesh has initiated different mitigation measures to reduce GHG emissions from the transport sector and updated the NDC. Bangladesh has proposed 3.4 million tons carbon dioxide reduction by 2030 as unconditional contribution from transport sector. We all know that road safety is global problem. Bangladesh is not exception. To improve the road situation, government has taken number of projects targeting to develop safe and inclusive transport system. Bangladesh is planning to introduce IRAP star rating system to assess the highway network and to take necessary countermeasures to improve the rating. Distinguished delegates, Government of Bangladesh has accorded highest priority on cross-border connectivity issues in development of road network, taking into account the globalization and modern market economy as well as particular need and problems of landlocked developing countries. Government of Bangladesh has been making relentless efforts to improve the global and regional road connectivity through various regional cooperation forums and initiatives. The key connectivity issues in Bangladesh are implementation of Asian Highway Network in Bangladesh and integration of sub-regional transport networks. Dear Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this ministerial conference will facilitate to achieve universal, accessible, safe, affordable, efficient, resilient transport system among member countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Nilima of Bangladesh, for your statement. May I now invite Her Excellency Pavitra Devi Vaniarachi, Minister of Transport of Sri Lanka, to take the floor, followed by His Excellency Berik Kamali, Vice Minister of Industry and Infrastructure Development of Kazakhstan. Her Excellency Pavitra Devi Vaniarachi of Sri Lanka, you have the floor, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege and honor to participate and share my thoughts at the 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport of the UN ESCAP. The importance of this conference to Sri Lanka and other countries is manifold. I take this opportunity to thank the UN ESCAP Secretariat, particularly the staff of the Transport Division of the UN ESCAP, for outstanding leadership in convening this conference. As a long-standing member, Sri Lanka is committed to achieve sustainable development goals. Transport is one of the sectors that can contribute immensely towards realizing these goals. Nonetheless, the current transport sectors in many countries are in need of rapid transformation to safer, efficient, and more greener systems. In this context, I believe that the UN new development initiatives create a conducive environment for the government to establish and improve systems of infrastructures. Realizing the importance of having a more reliable, efficient, and sustainable transport system, development policy framework of government of Sri Lanka, vistas of prosperity and splendor, gives high priority to the transport sector. Accordingly, bridging the gap of urban-rural divide is expected with the implementation of C-shaped economic corridor linking major economic and trade hubs in the country. Policy decision in principle has been arrived to increase power generation through renewable energy sources up to 70% by 2030, which could be a proud milestone of the journey towards net zero emission target. Initial steps have been taken towards e-mobility through undertaking a feasibility study on developing green and smart urban transport system in Colombo City. Digitalizing along with technological advancement of the sector is required to ensure the operational connectivity in the region, which in turn will maximize the potential to harness the emerging opportunities. Streamlining freight transport is one of the other areas of strategic focus. I must mention that a country strategy report has been prepared for Sri Lanka with the technical assistance under the United Nations Development Initiative on enhancing shift towards sustainable freight transport in Asia and the Pacific. Increasing role of railway transport, improving intermodal freight transport, transforming Sri Lanka into a global maritime hub, addressing urban freight transport issues are the key objectives of this strategy. Next step is to making arrangement for institutionalizing the strategy in collaboration with relevant stakeholders. Excellencies, We observed that the new normal of the transport sector emerged with COVID-19 pandemic situation. In fact, demanded major shift in the transport sector towards smart and intelligent transport service. Towards this end, investment attraction, institutional capacity building, formulation of policy and regulatory instruments, technological adoption are the areas where international cooperation can be instrumental. I believe the thematic areas identified by the Ministerial Declaration and the Regional Action Plan are of high importance to the countries in the region. Further, knowledge sharing, learning international best practices, and harmonizing systems will bring mutual benefits to member states. We look forward to having close cooperation and continuous dialogue, which I am sure will contribute to improve connectivity and mobility internally and internationally. Having said that, with all good wishes for the deliberations at the conference and productive outcome, let me conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Her Excellency Pavitra Devi Vanyarachi of Sri Lanka, for your statement. His Excellency Berik Kamali of Kazakhstan, you have the floor, please.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I am glad to welcome you on behalf of Ministry of Industry and Infrastructure Development of Republic of Kazakhstan for a Ministerial Conference on Transport aimed at strengthening transport connectivity in Asia-Pacific region. Let me tell you in detail about our joint work in the field of transport with ESCAP and as UNICE. Kazakhstan's joint activity with as UN regional commissions have in development both in bilateral and multilateral formats within in framework of meetings of expert groups. UNICE commits as well as a UN special program for economies of Central Asia. It is worth that this SPECA program was developed in 1997 at the suggestion of Elbasy, the first president of Republic of Kazakhstan, first president Nursultan Nazarbayev. The purpose of the SPECA program is to contribute to solving urgent problems of the development of international transit Central Asian region, simplification of border crossing process, and accession of SPECA member countries to international transport and customs conventions. Meeting of the thematic working group on sustainable transport, transit and connectivity of SPECA are held annually, and the chairmanship of Kazakhstan with participation of representatives of Azerbaijan, Afghanistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, as well as Uzbekistan. I would like to note that the recommendations and proposals received by the UN Commission on the results of sessions we always take to consideration on forming transport policy of Republic of Kazakhstan. Thus, on 12 October 2021, as government of Kazakhstan approved national project Strong Regions, the driver of country's development, which provides for infrastructure projects aimed at increasing average daily speed of transit containers, trains and increasing transit capacity. In total, by 2025, we plan to build and reconstruct 22,000 kilometers of highways Thereby, the anti-republican network will be brought into normative state by 2030. Container transportation is becoming more relevant all over the world today. We are pleased to note the passage of millions containers in 2021 from China to Turkey city Mersin through the territory of Kazakhstan. Ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure I welcome the signing of the declaration and the Regional Action Program on Sustainable Transport Development in Asia-Pacific region. Dear friends, let me once again thank all the participants for valuable exchange of opinions and express confidence in our joint work in future. I would like to thank ESCAP for inviting and organization as a high-level meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Berik Kamalev of Kazakhstan, for your statement. May I now invite Her Excellency Suchitra Dure, Ambassador of India to Thailand and Permanent Representative to ESCAP of India, to take the floor, followed by Her Excellency Sadimudzoda Soysta, Deputy Minister of Transport of Tajikistan. Her Excellency Suchitra of India, the floor is for you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. It is well acknowledged that the role of transport connectivity in empowering people and ensuring inclusiveness and equality in Asia and the Pacific is significant. As announced by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi during the COP26 summit recently, India will achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2070 and will reduce the total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons between 2021 and 2030. Additionally, the carbon intensity of the economy would be reduced to less than 45% by 2030. In line with these commitments, India's focus towards developing a sustainable, efficient, safe road infrastructure network for accelerating regional connectivity and inclusive socio-economic growth, along with environmental friendly, accessible, and citizens-centric mobility. The Government of India has initiated several landmark reforms through the Motor Vehicles Amendment Act in the field of road safety, vehicle safety, reducing pollution, citizen facilitation, transparency, and ease of doing business. Different authorities and agencies are working together towards achieving the committed reduction in emissions through existing interventions as well as through new initiatives aimed at, inter alia, enhancing energy efficiency of the vehicular and transport systems, promoting fuel-efficient transport modes for passenger freight and urban populations, and building climate-resilient infrastructure to reduce the risks of climate vulnerabilities. Indian Railways is working in mission mode to become the largest green railways in the world and is moving towards becoming a net zero carbon emitter before 2030. The Indian Railways dedicated freight corridors are being developed as a low carbon green transportation network with a long-term low carbon roadmap. Indian Railways has incorporated climate change features in its own risk assessments and disaster management protocols. Madam Chair, the Government of India has taken several other initiatives with a view to scaling up sustainable transport. The mass emission standards for BS6, that is the sixth emission benchmark, have already been mandated from April 2020. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways of India has formulated the vehicle scrapping policy to enable phasing out of unfit and old polluting vehicles and their replacement with fuel-efficient new generation vehicles. With a view to promoting electric vehicles as well as hybrid electric vehicles, the Transport Ministry has formulated standards which are at par with global standards to enable manufacture and adoption of such vehicles. The National Policy of Biofuels of 2018 aims to increase use of biofuels in the transportation sectors in the country. As part of Bharatmala Pariyojana project, the Transport Ministry has identified a network of greenfield corridors which will be a more efficient alternative compared to brownfield expansion of existing corridors. The Indian Road Congress has also prepared several codes and guidelines towards promoting green construction technologies as use of alternate material for reducing carbon footprints of construction and maintenance works in the road sector. Further, India has set a target to increase the share of railways in freight to 45% as per India's nationally determined contributions. Similarly, it is planned to increase the modal share of freight movement through inland waterways transport to 4% by 2030. Madam Chair, we believe that infrastructure network needs to address all types of connectivity, urban to urban, urban to rural, and rural to rural. India has implemented multiple schemes to strengthen rural connectivity in the country. Madam Chair, India believes that to further deepen regional connectivity, it is necessary to carry forward the initiatives along with the core principles of respect for each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity. India is also of the firm view that connectivity initiatives must be based on universally recognized international norms. They must follow principles of good governance, rule of law, openness, financial responsibility, transparency, and equality. Madam Chair, the Government of India continues to implement a number of initiatives to strengthen road transport connectivity and enhance regional connectivity. The Bangladesh-Bhutan India Motor Vehicle Agreement and the India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway Agreement are two major steps in this regard. Rail transport output between India and neighboring countries has been constantly increasing over the years, particularly with Bangladesh and Nepal. Besides, to improve people-to-people contact with neighboring countries, India has facilitated operation of a number of bus services between India and Bangladesh, as well as between India and Nepal on a number of routes. We share the international community's desire for enhancing physical connectivity and believe that it should bring greater economic benefits to all in an equitable and balanced manner. And we should do all that we can towards this end. Lastly, before I close, Madam Chair, I would like to congratulate Bangladesh on the 50th anniversary of its independence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Her Excellency Suchitra Dure of India, for your statement. Her Excellency Sosista of Tajikistan, you have the floor, please.
Так, уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые коллеги, дамы и господа, позвольте от имени делегации Республики Таджикистан выразить благодарность СКАТ ООН за приглашение принять участие в сегодняшней конференции. СКАТ уделяет особое внимание наименее развитым странам, развивающим странам, странам, не имеющим выхода к морю и островным странам, с акцентом на роль транзитных транспортных коридоров в обеспечении международного сотрудничества, стабильности и устойчивого развития. Правительство Республики Таджикистан также придает особое значение развитию транспортным коридорам для повышения качества жизни населения, экономического роста и ее превращения в удобную транзитную зону. На наш взгляд, активизация сотрудничества в транспортной сфере на региональном и международном уровне является важным составляющим условием глобального устойчивого развития. Таджикистан, являясь развивающейся страной, не имеющей доступа к морским портам, прилагает все усилия для развития в сфере транспорта и определила стратегическую цель, направленную на превращение страны в благоприятную транзитную страну. Проделанные работы в дорожно-транспортной сфере Республики Таджикистан создали условия для того, чтобы позиция Таджикистана в мировом рейтинге качества дорог, который ежегодно проводится международным исследованием, отчет о глобальной конкурентоспособности в течение 2 последних лет улучшилась на 20 ступеней. А в соответствии с данными Мирового экономического форума среди 141 государств, охваченных исследованием, занимает 50-е место. Уважаемые коллеги, наряду с этим наше правительство расширяет международную нормативную базу, направленную на упрощение процедур по международным автомобильным перевозкам. Об этом свидетельствует членство Республики Таджикистан в более чем 40 международных многосторонних соглашениях, в частности, соглашения по сети азиатских шоссейных дорог, трансазиатских железных дорог и сухих портов. Так как транспортная отрасль определена приоритетной отраслью экономики страны, сегодня Таджикистан уделяет особое внимание вопросам развития транспортных коридоров, созданию логистических центров, международных терминалов и обустройством придорожной инфраструктуры. Уважаемые коллеги, учитывая нынешнюю ситуацию, связанную с пандемией, сегодня вопрос использования цифровых технологий и внедрения интеллектуальных транспортных систем является актуальным для международного сообщества. Ярким примером этому служит инициатива международных организаций по цифровизации транспорта. В контексте этого в 2019 году была принята концепция цифровой экономики Республики Таджикистан. Концепция основывается на национальной стратегии развития Республики Таджикистан на период до 2030 года. Использование современных цифровых технологий в целях достижения высшей цели долгосрочного развития Республики Таджикистан. Кроме того, хочу особо подчеркнуть, что сегодня вопрос организации мультимодальных перевозок является актуальным для укрепления регионального сотрудничества в области транспорта. Учитывая этим, с целью укрепления транспортной взаимосвязанности Республикой Таджикистан совместно со странами региона принимаются необходимые меры по активизации транспорта и транспортные коридоры по территории, которые проходят по территории Республики Таджикистан. Уважаемые коллеги, учитывая то, что обеспечение эффективной и жизнестойкой транспорта, логистической Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе остается одним из главных задач для региона и в целях укрепления регионального сотрудничества и создания благоприятных условий развития транспортной отрасли, считаем целесообразным уделить особое внимание следующим вопросам. Первое. Активизации и развитие международных транспортных коридоров. Второе. Создание логистических центров, международных терминалов с обустройством придорожной инфраструктуры. Третье. Внедрение цифровых технологий и интеллектуальных транспортных систем. Четвертое. Организация мультимодальных перевозок. С этой целью надеемся, что ЭСХАТа также в дальнейшем будет способствовать реализации вышеуказанных целей. В заключение хотелось бы отметить, что Таджикистан уделяет особое внимание созданию необходимых условий в развитии сотрудничества в сфере транспорта и подчеркиваем свою готовность к взаимному диалогу, а также совместному поиску решений имеющих вопросов. Также надеемся, что сегодняшняя декларация будет способствовать дальнейшему устойчивому развитию транспортной взаимосвязанности. А также, воспользуясь случаем, хотелось бы поздравить всех участников с наступающим Новым годом. Желаю всем крепкого здоровья, счастья и благополучия. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Sohista of Tajikistan for your statement. May I now invite Mrs. Min Wei, Secretary of State, Minister of Public Works and Transport of Cambodia, to take the floor, followed by Mr. Nini Sway, General Manager, Myanmar Railways, Ministry of Transport and Communications of Myanmar. Mrs. Min Min Wei of Cambodia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Excellency Chair, Excellency Madam Executive Secretary of UN-ESCAP, Excellency Ministers, Head of Country Delegation, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today, I am very pleased to be invited virtually and to deliver policy statement for the fourth Ministerial Conference on Transportation of the ASEAN and the Pacific region. On behalf of the Ministry of Public Work and Transport of the Royal Government of the Kingdom of Cambodia, I would like to express my gratitude and sincere appreciation to the UN-ESCAP Secretariat for the effort to make this conference happen smoothly. And I wish to extend my profound gratitude to all the UN organizations such as ESCAP, UNDP, UNICEF, and so on, particularly WHO, for paying all the effort to assist Cambodia to deal the issues with the respective responsibility so far until nowadays and in the future. For instance, Cambodia can successfully handle COVID-19 outbreak. Like on the 4th of December, we only have 8 cases of COVID-19. The total confirmed case is 120,382. Recovered is 116 and 734, and the death is 2,1992. Active case we has only 666, and rate of vaccinated is 88.8% per 16 million population. In this regard, the Royal Government set a couple measures to release the restriction for all the national and international passengers entering Cambodia by air, waterway, and land transit, as we allow the one who have fully vaccinated to go quarantine free up on negative result of COVID-19 by rapid antigen test, and they have a certification of negative PCR test within 70 hours prior. However, the one who have go through the 14 days quarantines. Since the 1st of November, the Royal Government has announced to reopen the country for all kinds of sectors. Cambodia has full peace within the whole country. Then we are able to resume all soft and hard transportation infrastructure to promote all sectors functioning, especially to secure the transportation connectivity for greater resilience and sustainable within the region and in the world. Now we are trying all our best to improve our logistics system to facilitate the investor, business corporation, tourists to come and cooperate confidently. We have available road connecting to every area in Cambodia, particularly to the potential province for tourists, commercial, industrial, and agricultural targets, then connecting to the neighboring countries. We have international river and deep sea port to serve cargoes importing or exporting from and to all the global ports. Additionally, we have several dry ports to secure the efficient storage of cargoes. We have special economic zone to undertake various feasible and profitable investment. We have 3 international airports located in Phnom Penh, Siem Reap, and Rasako in Kokong province to serve local and international civil service. Our Prime Minister has a strong commitment to reform all inconvenient services to more efficiently facilitate, promote, and secure the investment and good cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as a way forward, Cambodia views that physical infrastructure connectivity, transport, and trade facilitation, promoting investment, sustainable growth, and the regional and global international in the new normals is a necessary and appropriate task with the creation of a great force aimed at transforming the region into resilient, competitive, and inclusive region. In this context, the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development Connectivity in Asia and the Pacific 2022 to 2026 will serve as a key plan that will ensure economic growth with minimal development gaps and seamless connectivity among the member states and with the world by further promoting harmonies and inclusivity of the 7 key areas of cooperation, including land transport, connectivity and logistics, maritime and inter-regional transport connectivity, digitalization of transport, low carbon mobility and logistics, urban transport, road safety, inclusive transport and mobility. Cambodia has appreciated and certified the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development Connectivity in Asia and the Pacific, Phase 1, 2017 to 2021, and fully support the Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, including the Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development Connectivity in Asia and the Pacific 2022-2026. The transport sector emits around 20% of carbon dioxide, which is a major cause of climate change. In this regard, we will join hands and encourage the use of eco-friendly vehicles, as well as the promotion of the integration of road and land use planning to address the environmental impacts caused by energy consumption, traffic congestion, greenhouse gases, and other pollutants. Promoting these activities will help reduce the pace of climate change, which is threatening our entire world. We would also confirm our effort to deal with traffic accidents, which remain a major challenge in Asia and the Pacific region and the world. Particularly, we promoting the implementation of the UN's guidelines for improving the standard procedure for reporting road crash based on the United Nations standard. We always broadly open up to provide close cooperation with all development partners unless we can assure sustainable development goal and integration globally. In this regard, we still need the assistance from all development partners around the world. Finally, I wish Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good health and success in all your endeavors. And I also wish the conference successful and fruitful outcome. I thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Min Min Wei of Cambodia for your statement. Mr. Nini Sue of Myanmar, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me floor. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. As our country, Myanmar, is located at the center of three economic group four, comprised of the China to the north, India to the west, and the ASEAN countries to the south. It is in the middle of three very large consumption markets. And also, our country is located in the crossroad between the eastern, west, and the northern part of the Asian continent as a natural link among the Asian countries. We are in important role on international connectivity as a land bridge. From the perspective of international or the regional logistics, the special geopolitical importance of Myanmar exists. We formulated the National Transport Master Plan with the technical assistance by JICA and completed in 2014. This master plan provides as guidance for the long-term investment program that will realize the government's economic growth target by 2030. It provides guidelines adaptable to assist with the investment planning and decision-making for a variety of transport cycle projects, as well as development strategies for the transport mode. The vision of the master plan is to develop efficient, modern, safe, and environmentally friendly transport system in a coordinated and sustainable manner that embrace all transport modes for the benefit of our Myanmar. Furthermore, to formulate a strategic and workable logistics infrastructure development plan and supplementing on the previous transport master plan, we also formulate a national logistics master plan in 2016, also by the assistance of the JICA and completed in 2018. It is also aimed to establish the effective logistics network in the country. We are going to implement the prioritized infrastructure projects according to the guidance of the both master plan. And also, transport and logistic corridors are being focused on the development of national and also regional connectivity along the Asian Highway Network and Trans-Asian Railway Network. As Myanmar is one of the member states and a party to the intergovernmental agreement of it, we make efforts ambitiously on the development of road and rail infrastructure under the closely cooperation with the regional member states. Myanmar is also party to the intergovernmental agreement of dry ports. Among the listed in the agreement, 2 dry ports have been well operated, and we are trying to formulate another dry port in very near future. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, currently, transport and logistics physical infrastructures are being developed by national budget and local and overseas private investment. And some are well implemented by the support of the development partners. Myanmar has given great emphasis to the transport sector development to meet the international standards in order to support the economic and social development of the state. At the same time, we are actively participate in the international cooperation and fulfill the responsibility of the regional connectivity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ni Swe of Myanmar, for your statement. May I now invite His Excellency Khusraw Noziri, Secretary General of Economic Cooperation Organization, to take the floor, followed by Mr. K.L. Tapar, Chairman, Asian Institute of Transport Development. His Excellency Noziri.
Madam Chair, Your Excellency Mrs. Armida Salsia Alice Jahbana, Your Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Economic Cooperation Organization, ECO, I would like to convey the sincerest greetings and best wishes to the esteemed ministers and high-level delegations participating in this very important ministerial conference on transport. I am confident that events of this level have great potential for rapprochement and mutual understanding of the strategies and programs of the development of transport and connectivity in the light of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This important conference is being organized at a crucial time, as the international supply chain is severely under pressure due to unforeseeable consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. The negative impacts of supply chain disruption are more visible, particularly in landlocked Central Asian countries. The decline of total trade of ECO member states from $708 billion in 2018 to $661 billion in 2020 clearly reflects the adverse effects of the pandemic on the economies of our region. Major portion of the decline was due to restrictive measures taken by countries to control the spread of the COVID-19 that in some cases caused complete halt of transit, trade, and business. Besides the destructive effects of the pandemic on global trade, lack of regulatory and administrative harmonization, the insufficient road and rail linkages, difficulties at border crossings, the use of obsolete transport systems, lack of safety, and illegal practices continue to pressure the transport industry. Learning from past, it is expected that this interaction would be productive and make some necessary decisions in order to properly address the safety, resilience, and sustainability of transport industry that directly deals with the global supply chain. In this connection, some policy recommendations as well as technical measures might be taken into consideration by the esteemed ministers. Under such hectic situation of COVID-19 and to address the stressful circumstances, the ECO Secretariat has initiated various measures to help its members to adopt new technical solutions to overcome the hurdles and irregularities originated from the new norm of life. The ECO Transport Ministerial meeting in December 2020 adopted ECO practical guidelines on cross-border facilitation measures under conditions of COVID-19. The guidelines, among others, calls for application of the United Nations TIR Convention and related IT tools that allow transportation of goods in a securely loaded compartment requiring no physical checks and therefore reduces physical contacts amongst the individuals at the borders. It also requests the member states to use electronic solutions and procedures such as ETIR and ECMR instead of paper documents to expedite releases of trucks at borders and decrease risks of physical contacts among the people. The ECO Secretariat has also taken practical steps towards digitalization of transport
particularly through promotion of application of ETIR and ECMR in cooperation with Islamic Development Bank and UNICEF. As ECO, we attach great importance to the role of UN bodies in development of our region, and with this understanding, we have been cooperating with the UNESCO as a development partner that has resulted in tangible enhancement of transport in our member states. In this connection, the ECO railway and road maps have incorporated some of the main routes and corridors of the ESCAP Trans-Asian Railways, TAR, and Asian highways for enhancing regional and international connectivity. I am delighted to also inform that a joint ECO UNESCO IDB study project on commercialization of KTI corridor connecting Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Iran has been conducted and finalized with technical contribution from UNESCO in November 2021. The signing of the MOU between ECO and UNESCO at the highest level of our organizations on the sidelines of the 15th ECO Summit on 27th of November 2021 in Ashgabat also demonstrated our profound commitment towards sharing our strength for development of the region and our people. The Organization of Economic Cooperation attaches great importance to the convergence with international organizations in transport sphere, and in particular with the UNESCO, to promote and enhance connectivity in ECO region, considering the recently signed MOU as a proper framework to expand our cooperative partnership in this field. I am confident that this ministerial conference will further highlight the challenges of the sector, recommend practical solutions, and streamline all the stakeholders towards a more supportive, resilient, cost-effective, and sustainable transport. In this context, the ECO will courageously enhance its efforts for development of transport and connectivity in the region for the betterment of life, standards, and prosperity of its people. And here I would like to invite all the international organizations and financial institutes and banks to support ECO in implementing the wide range of projects included in the ECO Railway Network Development Plan and ECO Road Network Development Plan that benefit its members collectively. In conclusion, I would like to thank Her Excellency Mrs. Armida Salsia Alice-Jahban, the Honorable Executive Secretary of the UNESCO, for inviting me to this important conference and make an excellent arrangement to organize this event. Thank you for kind attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Kusaro Nozuri of ECO. Mr. Tapar, you have the floor, please.
Madam Chairperson, honorable ministers, and distinguished participants, I wish to raise a few political economy issues which the policymakers present in this forum can alone address them. As we near the completion of the first quarter of the 21st century, we must remind ourselves of an overwhelming fact. Today, there are 6 times as many people as there were in the year 1900. That is, in 21 years since 1900, world population has increased by 6.2 billion people. And except for perhaps 1.5 billion of the people, the rest are poor. It is they who must engage our attention regardless of nationality. Human deprivation makes no such distinction. It is in this context I wish to raise three broad issues which have a direct bearing on the minimization of deprivation as also sustainability in terms of available resources. These are land use, accessibility, and environment. Land is scarce and is getting scarcer as the pressure on it from the newly added 6 billion people increases. The days when it could be regarded as an abundant resource are long gone. Therefore, we have to be extremely prudent in determining land use. This brings out the importance of making rational intermodal choices and development of related infrastructure. Madam Chairperson, prosperity also requires accessibility. And since the vast majority of the new 6 billion live in rural areas, we have to ensure not just highways, but also rural roads. Lack of access means isolation, and isolation is a key characteristic of poverty. Connectivity is crucial for the reduction of deprivation. I wish to submit that a new perspective based on entitlement, in other words, a right needs to be adopted in this regard. To reiterate, given the direct correlation between the provision of transport and access on the one hand and poverty reduction on the other, it is a matter of concern that due and explicit attention has not been focused on this crucial linkage. This calls for remedial action aimed at making access and transport integral parts of national poverty reduction strategies and programs. Indeed, the issue needs to be recognized as one of political economy and not merely of technocratic debate. The road transport systems as they exist are in many ways socially suboptimal. They are loaded against the underprivileged who pay the price in terms of their life and limbs. Most of the victims are pedestrians, cyclists, and users of two-wheeler transport. In many countries, it is not uncommon to see a sad situation where the cars are parked on pavements and the pedestrians have to move on the roads. The roles are thus positively reversed, perversely reversed. In the present polities constituted as they are, this situation will only worsen in the years to come. Public transport is the answer. The last one relates to change of mindset. Nothing will happen if we continue to work with closed mindsets of yesteryears. Poor people cannot understand the jargon of debates as also coming up of fancy projects. He only looks for access to his hamlet and projects that aim at poverty removal. Let us work for the betterment of the humanity. It is my belief that the proposed action plan would be an important step in this direction. The Institute has set up a dedicated center for green transport, which we believe would support the activities listed therein. Lastly, the Secretariat deserves our sincere compliments and support for their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thapar of AITD, for your statement. We have already passed 4 p.m. for some housekeeping announcement, and we will continue the deliberation on this agenda item tomorrow morning. Before we adjourn, the Secretariat has an announcement. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Secretariat would like to thank all of you for your active participation today. For tomorrow's session, the meeting will start at 10 hours Bangkok time and will adjourn at 16 hours Bangkok time. We will continue agenda item 7 and the rest of agenda items tomorrow. So kindly note the link to access the meeting through Kudo tomorrow will be the same as today's. Delegates who join via Kudo are welcome to join 30 minutes before the session starts for connection testing. So have a good evening and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Ren. We now adjourn for the day and we will reconvene tomorrow at 10 hours. Thank you.